Não, mas talvez a mandada dela podia. Eu não fez inglês. Eu não fez isso de passar do espanhol para o inglês, teve muito mais.
Mas foi por isso que eles sabem português, eles sabem espanhol e inglês, é isso?
Espanhol para mim. Tá vendo? Hoje a gente vai fazer. Então, mas não pode fazer frente dos Estados Unidos. Na brasileira. Não precisaria.
Aí qualquer coisa tu fica comigo, tá ligado? Aí precisar trocar, aí tu chama ele, aí ele fica comigo.
Igual, não é?
É,
Porque eu pensava que era isso, não, H. Eu pensava que era o dele e era o teu.
é irmãos.
Eu vou te chamar de Vi.
Pra não confundir.
Aí depois vai achar que é Vitória de novo.
Isso é eu.
Olha o cidadão, olha.
Parou os outros. Parou de trocar.
de Giovanni.
Eu peguei dois.
A senhora falou mais, parece que aí eu... Deve ter... Mandou pra mim também.
aprendi essa vida adulta. Eu mais ali foi inteligência artificial. É igual a palavra. Não resolve o trabalho desse espanhol para qualquer palavra que. E que não
sabe? Negociação. Eu falei. Ela com o celular. É interessante. Eu falo agora em inglês. Olha ali, lá na Isso aqui do meio.
We have a colleague from Kuwait who is going to talk to us about the Middle East. We also have a Caribbean panelist. They started a year before. We're going to have them today. They don't speak Portuguese, but I think it's going to be interesting. Can you please close the door? Thank you. Bom dia a todos. Muito obrigada por estarem aqui. Estamos falando do estado da Paraíba, no Brasil, meio da América do Sul. Consegue me ouvir? Muito obrigada. So we have Nós estamos falando muito sobre governança da internet.
Telecommunications Union, dear Rodney, welcome. We organized one School of Internet Governance in 2014 in Port of Spain, the capital of Trinidad and Tobago, and Rodney was there, very helpful. Thank you very much. We have Vladimir from WSIS Forum. WSIS Forum is also a multi-stakeholder event that is organized every year in Geneva. And in around May. So we will talk about all these events. And thank you very much. One of the issues that we have been working in this week with the fellows is the value of the multi-stakeholder processes, the value of the multi-stakeholder events, and how important it is to enhance them. And we are working on a document and see how we can reinforce them from the perspective of Latin America and developing economies. So I will first give the floor to my dear friend Chengetai. And please, Chengetai, tell us about the next IGF in Kyoto. I know it's far away from it's not the far away thing, it's also the time shift. It will be the middle of the night when all the events will happen there. But I have explained to the students that everything will be recorded and translated in all the UN languages, which is very useful if you want to review the documents and the sessions afterwards. I will be there if planes don't fail me. I will be in Japan. So Chengetai, welcome, and let us know about the next IGF in Kyoto, Japan.
Thank you very much, Olga, and welcome to you all. And thank you very much as well for inviting me here to tell you a little bit about the IGF in Kyoto. And apologies for the background sound if you can hear it. And it also will, as Olga says, touch upon how you can interact with us even if you're not there physically. So this year is our 18th annual IGF. And I know for the Caribbean, they're always one step ahead of us, but that is cool. So for the 18th annual IGF, it's going to be in Kyoto in Japan, and it's going to be from the 8th to the 12th of October, 2023. And the overarching theme is going to be the internet we want, empowering all people. We do have 8 sub-themes, which are artificial intelligence and emerging technologies. Avoiding internet fragmentation is the second theme, sub-theme, and third theme is cybersecurity, cybercrime, and online safety. The fourth is data governance and trust, and the fifth being digital divides and inclusion. Global digital governance and cooperation is the sixth, and the seventh is human rights and freedoms. And with the eighth, which is also very, very important, sustainability and the environment, given climate change and what we're seeing happening over the past year, and even this summer. I suppose it's winter for you, but yes, it's the change has been very much noticeable. So as you can see, it is very wide, very encompassing, and as with the Tunis agenda, they decided that internet governance is not just about the nuts and bolts, the IP addresses, or the physical layer as well, but it's about everything, social, economic, the whole thing is internet governance. So there is something for everybody here. Now, with what we do expect over 3,500 people at the moment who are registered to come to the IGF. And at the moment with our registration, we do have 8% coming from the GRULAG region, that's the Latin American and the Caribbean region. And for us as well, we are funding 21 participants from the region. And just like to point out that we do have 7 MAG members who are from the region, and we're also having parliamentarians from the region that are coming. For the high-level track, and these I suppose are the headliners, the Secretary General will not be there physically, but he will be sending a video introduction. But we do have our Under Secretary General, Mr. Lee. We have the Minister of Digital Affairs from Japan, and we are expecting the Prime Minister of Japan to come in and open as well. We have the former Prime Minister of New Zealand as well, who is going to participate in a session. That is Jacinda Ardern. Unfortunately, of course, she's going to be as well virtual. She just changed just recently. But we have, ministers from several countries. We have the ITU Secretary General, who's always there. We have the Minister from Saudi Arabia. We have the President of Signal. I mean, Signal is a very important app, especially when you want to message securely. So I think that is very good. And we have various ministers from the Global South, from Papua New Guinea, from Lesotho. We have ministers that are coming in from the European Union as well. We have Maria Ressa, who is the Nobel Peace Prize winner, and she's a very noted journalist on press freedoms, and we're very happy to have her. She's also on our leadership panel, and she's the vice chair, with the chair being Vint Cerf. We're going to have the UN Under Secretary General Amandeep Singh, who is the tech envoy. So we hope to encourage a lot of discussion and a lot of learning and informing people with this. Going on just overall, what we're also going to be doing is that we're going to have over 300 sessions. We have the youth track, which I think Anya has spoken about earlier on today, if I'm not mistaken. And we have open mic. We are always very, very interested to know what people think, what are people's concerns, and also people's suggestions. It doesn't matter if it's your first time or if you've been there for all 18 editions of the IGF. We really do want to know what your views are and what your suggestions are. We have music night, which is also of interest to some people. They can show off their talents. And we have the IGF Village, where we also have where institutions can show off the internet governance related activities. The IGF is about connecting people. It's about discussion. It's about knowledge sharing. It's about learning from each other. And that's what we want to do. We do shy away a little bit from negotiating as such. So it's more soft power. It's more, we believe that if people can understand their point of view, each other's point of views and where they're coming from, it will lead to better public policy instruments. It will lead to better understanding in internet governance and a better internet for all, and also for cooperation amongst people, amongst regions, etc. For those who are not able to come to the IGF physically, we do have a number of things. I know for the Latin American and South American region, it is you not only do you have the distance, but as Olga has said, you have the time as well. So as she has said, everything that we do is recorded and it's instantly uploaded to YouTube. We do have transcription available as well, so you don't have to watch it in real time. You can wake up, you can watch it in your time, and you are also encouraged, if you have a comment on what you've watched, even though it's not in real time, you're encouraged to send messages to the workshop organizers, which they can also incorporate into the report, into their session reports, which they give to the IGF Secretariat. And these are all going to be published on the website, and we're also going to be deriving the IGF messages from those. So please do that. Do not just passively watch, but also interact. It doesn't have to be real-time interaction. We also got remote hubs as well. I think we do have some remote hubs from South America, but if not, if you do want to do a remote hub, please, we encourage you to do that. Just get in touch with us. Another thing, just looking ahead, we do have the WSIS Plus 20. We do have the Global Digital Compact that's also under discussion. And these are also some of the things that we are going to be discussing and that we'd also want your input into. The co-facilitators, Rwanda and Sweden of the Global Digital Compact, will be at the IGF in Kyoto, and they'll be mostly in a listening mode. So I think it's also very important for us to let them hear what the views of the community are. I'll stop there. I hope I haven't gone too long.
No,
and
that's
if you have
okay.
any questions, I'm here. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Tengetai. By the way, let me tell you that with students from previous schools, we did prepare a document for the Global Digital Compact that was presented in 3 languages, and it was done by online in Spanish, English, and Portuguese by almost 60 students with our coordination. And now we are working on a document with a similar spirit in enhancing the multi-stakeholder model. Maybe we can contribute it to the WSIS Plus 20 or the Summit of the Future. We are not sure how, but we will get to know that and maybe in Kyoto. Thank you, Tengetai. I would like to go now to Anja. Anja is the leader. I would say she's the glue to all the national and regional IGF. She does a very, very interesting work in putting them in contact and letting everyone know what is happening at the national level, at the regional level. So I commend both of you, Chengetai and Anja, for all the work that you do at the Secretariat, but especially with this focus on national and regional activities. So Anja, let us know how have you seen this evolving over time and with the years? How do you see this? Also the youth IGF, we had the youth IGF in Colombia, I think a few days ago. And how do you see this evolving over time, that you're so close to all these processes, and welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Olga, and thank you very much for inviting us to once again to the South School on Internet Governance. It's a pleasure to join you again this year, and it's wonderful to see that you are growing, certainly in terms of the quality, wonderful equipment, I can tell, but also in terms of the participation and diversity. Really good to see. So I've been formally with the NRI's network, so the Network of National, Regional, Sub-Regional, and Youth IGF since 2015. But the Secretariat has been working with initiatives way before me. But in the past 8 years that I was that glue that you said, it's an interesting term. I can certainly testify to the fact that the NRI's network has been growing significantly in quantity, but maybe even more important in quality as well. And in that sense, in terms of the quantity, we now speak about more than 160 national, regional, sub-regional, and youth IGFs, which are formally recognized by the IGF Secretariat. So for the colleagues that maybe are not affiliated directly or indirectly with the concept of the NRIs, that would mean that basically everything that Chengetai was talking about, the IGF, exists in a formal way at the local level, so at the level of a country or a region. And we are fortunate to be entrusted by that network to coordinate the work of the overall network, but also to support the NRIs individually wherever needed to ensure that the process is strengthened and to ensure as much as that's possible sustainability of those processes. I think in 2015, when we had the second review of the IGF's mandate, certainly we could speak about around maybe 50, 60 NRIs maximum. And we managed to triple that number thanks to the willingness, first of all, of the various stakeholders existing at local levels and their determination to ensure that values and principles of the IGF, such as the multi-stakeholder model, the bottom-up decision-making procedures, open, inclusive, transparent, non-commercial processes are present in a formal way within their local communities. And together having that ecosystem working, collectively speaking, really speaks to the fact that we now can, at this point in time, speak about a very strong internet governance ecosystem globally existing. And that's something that we wanted to achieve. I don't want to speak certainly on behalf of the NRIs. I think the best is, and you, Olga, can speak about the efforts that took at various NRI levels to introduce the concept of these values and principles. It wasn't easy to introduce something that is not that common for many of the, not just cultures, but for many of the systems that exist. And likewise for the United Nations as a traditional multilateral intergovernmental organization, it took years and years to embrace the multi-stakeholder model, which now really stands firm through the IGF process, but also other processes where we're seeing the embracement of this principle. But not just in terms of the number, I spoke also about the quality. And what we are seeing, especially in the past couple of years, is the rise of the so-called intersessional work at the level of the NRIs. So in other words, we don't speak that much about the NRIs organizing a few days of activities of their annual meeting, just quite the opposite. We are speaking now about the more robust structures which are established throughout the year, led by multi-stakeholder organizing committees. So for example, various schools on internet governance are emerging more and more, which are associated with the national and regional and youth IGFs. Not just that, as forms of targeted capacity development initiatives, we are seeing more and more various projects such as the Kids IGF, where the IGF principles are adjusted to children and minors, but also the so-called women centered initiatives where women and girls are at the core center of the capacity development objectives. More and more NRIs are now embracing something that started with the IGF in 2019, which is the parliamentary track. So it's basically an effort where everyone is focused on developing digital capacity of legislators. And in addition to that, also learning from these very important layers of our societies who are making concrete rules of behavior more and more on digital now in the past couple of years, to understand what are their challenges, what are the opportunities they see, what is the need, what is the demand with respect to resources and skilling for them to ensure that they make informed decisions. In terms of the youth capacity development, you mentioned very well, and Chengetai said at the beginning that I spoke this morning about the also this component. That is true, but not anywhere in Latin America. I spoke with the Armenian School on Internet Governance. Just yesterday, I spoke with the Youth IGF of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, day before with the Nigerian Youth IGF, and so on. So I think the activities of the Secretariat as well, with respect to cooperation with the NRI, speak in favor about the proliferation of these initiatives. More and more youth IGFs. Today we speak about over 50 NRIs who are having either independently organized youth IGFs, so with standalone multi-stakeholder organizing committees and other process components in place, or integrated youth IGF initiatives with other national or regional IGFs, where the vision is very firm and I would say consistent across the NRIs, more and more getting a form, which is that the current generations of experts and leaders have the obligation to ensure that the next generations of experts and leaders, with respect to internet governance and digital governance, digital cooperation, need to be informed, skilled, and knowledgeable to make sure that they can continue leading us into this fourth revolution related to digital and just safer digital future for all of us. And the IGF Secretariat is following that trend, certainly through the youth track that Chengetai mentioned. That is a very important capacity development initiative where we work with the youth IGF coordinators from around the world on ensuring that they, first of all, get to know each other, exchange good practices, not so good practices, and primarily to put in communication and in cooperation the current generation of experts and leaders, so the more senior stakeholders, with those that tomorrow will be making the decisions or shaping the decisions for impacting all of us. So with that, I just want to add one more detail before I conclude, as I know I'm going over time. And that is the fact that this evolution brought to us a new layer of the organizational level of the NRIs, and that is that the NRIs are becoming organized according to different criteria. So not anymore by the criteria of geography, which would be the country or region. So recently we witnessed the organization of the sub-regional IGF by the criteria of a language. It's a Lusophone IGF where it's gathering all the Portuguese-speaking countries to exchange ideas and inputs, views on internet governance, which is particularly of interest for them. We recently, just back-to-back with the Caribbean IGF, saw the emergence of the IGF for Small Island Developing States, the SSIG IGF, which gathered a number of countries, small island developing states coming from the Pacific region and beyond. For years, we have been witnessing the Commonwealth IGF, which was gathering countries of this system to exchange as well the issues of their priority. So this is an interesting development that started to gain momentum maybe 2-3 years ago. And given the conversations internally among the NRIs, and given the fact that we have a strengthened networking level among all of them, I think we can expect that this trend will continue and expand across different criteria than what we have now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anja. This is very interesting that the different models and ways of people gathering together in different community or among different interests is evolving, and that is very encouraging. And at the same time, I think if you are not able to go to Japan or to participate in global IGF, the national and regional initiatives, or the schools like this one are an opportunity to maybe be more in contact with local colleagues and more focused on local and national interests. But at the same time, I always encourage everyone to follow what is happening at the national IGF, at the global IGF, sorry, because there is a global dialogue, and it is a different meeting. It's more global. You hear the big leaders of the internet and the world there. So it's interesting whether being there in person or following online. Vladimir, welcome. Now let's focus on the WSIS Forum. WSIS Forum is also a multi-stakeholder event that it's organized every year. If I'm not mistaken, it's always in Geneva. It has been virtual for some years due to the pandemic. I have been presently there in some editions, which is very interesting. But it's not always, it's not only about WSIS and some workshops and main sessions, but it's also focused on many other activities that you organize in the margins of the WSIS Forum, like hackathons, special meetings for older people, things focused on climate change. So Vladimir, welcome, and let us know not only about the WSIS Forum, but all the activities. Also, you have the WSIS prizes that if you have projects, I encourage you to present them. Then you need the votes. The school has a WSIS prize. Thank you for that, for the WSIS Forum. So Vladimir, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Olga, and hello to all the audience. I'm very pleased to be at this panel on behalf of the International Telecommunication Union. And I would just like to share, before I start with my story about the WSIS Forum and WSIS process, that we always look forward to having you back, Olga. It's great to witness how you continue to strive together with your school in your activities, and we do hope to see you back next year at the WSIS Forum. So, following the regular mantra about the WSIS Forum, it stands for the World Summit on Information Society Forum, and it is a global multi-stakeholder platform that facilitates implementation of the WSIS action lines, which is the framework basically on how information and communication technologies are helping advance development. And not only that we are diverse in our activities, different sessions and formats, but we are also very unique UN process and a UN event that besides ITU is being co-organized also by colleagues from UNESCO, UNDP, and UNCTAD. And besides these 4 UN agencies, there are 28 other UN agencies that are also a part of this implementation, some of them as lead facilitators or co-leading facilitators of particular WSIS action lines. It is definitely an event where everyone is invited to share their knowledge and information and their best practices on how ICTs are helping development. But to really understand the WSIS Forum as an event, I believe it is worthwhile to take you back a bit in a history. So as you said, it's been around every year, but only since 2009. Only because the WSIS Summit was held in 2 phases, in 2003 and 2005. So as you may think of, if you are not old enough, back in the 1990s, the term information society or overall information communications technologies development was really yet to be grasped and to be thought of. So as part of the ITU big conference in 1998 in Minneapolis, a member state, Tunisia, came with a proposal that, we really need to come together, all together, to see how, what this information society is and how we're going to continue shaping it and to, help each other develop it. So following consultations and negotiations in 2003 and 2005, the community came together to negotiate the Geneva Action Plan in 2003 and to really set up these VISIS action lines. There are 18 of them in 2005. Something that was really unique to this summit is that it was the first UN multi-stakeholder process where we had all sectors coming through with their proposals on how they see information society and why it is important that we are all here together to understand its challenges and opportunities. And not only that this multi-stakeholder nature is something that is very unique to this UN process, but also, as colleagues from IGF Secretariat mentioned, very unique to IGF is also that this process is inclusive and crowdsourced. So we do pay a big attention that everyone is invited and included in shaping the format and agenda of the VISIS Forum annual events that actually started in 2009 only as a request by the stakeholders that a gathering of such should start to bring all of those stakeholders that are implementing and following up on the VISIS process. 2015, a very important year for the VISIS process and the VISIS Forum event, as in 2005, the VISIS process was given 10-year mandate by the United Nations General Assembly to implement and follow up on the process and its many targets. And in 2015, the mandate received a positive review. It was very timely that another 10-year mandate was given together with the new Sustainable Development Agenda of United Nations that is the famous 2030 Agenda, which then became really another backbone of the VISIS process where all the VISIS action lines have been aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. And since then, we've been trying to see how VISIS action lines are helping advance SDGs. But moreover, all these platforms and all the discussions that we are having here is how these technologies, emerging technologies as well, are really helping advance the development. And this is something that, as I mentioned, is very important to bear in mind, because this second year mandate that we were given by the UNGA is finishing in 2025. So we are in a very exciting moment, the last 2 years prior to the second final review, where the annual events are also contributing heavily on how does the community see and perceive information society, and not only information society, but also knowledge societies. How much have we advanced since 2003, 2005, 2015? And how much can we also help rescue and save the Sustainable Development Goals? So this is something that definitely I wanted to share before I take you back on the event itself. So the VISIS Forum, it's maybe the best example is the 2023 event that we had in March. Really, gathers around 2,000 to 3,000 participants on site and thousands virtually. As you mentioned, the digital transformation that really was pushed by the pandemics, where we had 2 years of fully virtual event, helped us continue in a fully hybrid format in 2022 and 23. And one thing that we also started since the very beginning in 2009 was the remote participation, to try to really be available for all of those who are interested in shaping information and communication technology and in information society itself. So besides the regular workshops, as you mentioned, we also have a high-level segment where we have around 500 high-level participants. And perhaps, Olga, you can continue sharing your experience as you have been a part of the high-level segment at the VISIS Forum more. And maybe here I can just inform the audience that high-level segment really includes high-level policy statements, ministerial roundtable discussions, innovations of the ambassador roundtables and mayor's roundtable, and all what they can bring to the agenda and the program itself. We have had a series of, as I mentioned, regular workshops and sessions that each year we try to be having them in a very innovative formats with open spaces, with knowledge cafes, and so on, covering different topics, and the topics that are termed into special tracks and special initiatives, really including different communities. A long time ago, we have been working very closely with the accessibility community on the gender mainstreaming. We've been working with youth and older persons, and in this intergenerational dialogue, we've been working on topics such as emerging technologies and space and sports and many others. I do invite everyone to look into the WSIS Forum 2023 website to learn more about these particular tracks and initiatives that are really there based on the capacity that we have. And this capacity does not really rely only on the team here in the ITU that serves as the WSIS Secretariat, but mostly is relying on the capacity of the stakeholders. So I do invite you to also consider WSIS Forum as a platform to bring your community, to bring your topics. Together with us, we'll make sure that we provide you with all needs that you might otherwise look into many other different events and processes, but at the WSIS Forum you will be able to really meet with all the stakeholders at one place and make sure that they know what you find of urgency, any opportunities and challenges that you might have. So a bit on the WSIS prizes. WSIS prizes is definitely one of the flagship activities. It is a part of the WSIS stock-taking process. Another thing that was mandated in 2004, and that has been coordinated by ITU since then, as an international repository that so far has collected more than 14,000 entries. Since 2012, the WSIS Prizes contest as an integral part started to really start also recognizing best and good practices and awarding winners and champions. So each year since then, we have been inviting and calling everyone to submit ICT projects, initiatives, projects from, just a particular, social media page that is informing community about perhaps importance for, to take action in climate, to the huge projects of laying down the cables on the bottom of the ocean and so on and so forth. So we do include all of that because we believe that each capacity should be known, should be recognized and perhaps replicated elsewhere. And this is what the WSIS Forum and WSIS Stocktaking really stand for. So WSIS Prizes, has been averaging more than 1,000 submissions and projects each year that we receive. And we go through different phases. The new call will be soon launched. I do invite you all to consider applying and submitting to it. And then, not only the WSIS prizes itself, but there are other special contests, repositories that we have been launching together with other stakeholders. I will just mention some, the Healthy Aging Innovation Prize that we started with our colleagues from WHO and the Global Coalition on Aging and other stakeholders. We also started last year the special Service Design Prize together with the GovStack initiative. And we've been working with the Generation Connect, another ITU initiative together to amplify the voices of youth in a prize called WSIS Youth, the Generation Connect Prize. Besides that, as Olga, you mentioned, we've been organizing hackathon for many, many years. It's been very, very exciting to see how it all has evolved from the pitching, session, the 2016 to a first hackathon 2017 with WHO on e-health services. Then we moved working with FAO on hacking for food. And then we moved on with other UN agencies and other stakeholders on different topics. Last year, we started with 2 hackathons, to organize at the same time, some of them virtual and some of them physical. And we do continue to innovate. But as I mentioned before, everything comes from the community. And I will use this opportunity to, again, invite you not only to submit for these various prizes and databases, but also to help us shape the program and agenda of the VISIS Forum next year, that I hope I'll be able to tell you more about soon. So that's it from my
Thank you,
side.
Vladimir. Thank you very much. I was very honored to be part of the high-level panel, and also the school has been organizing for some years workshops focused on digital transformation and cybersecurity, which has been very, very well attended. We did them virtually. We were not able to travel to Geneva, mainly because it was collapsing with other activities that we had, but maybe I hope we can be in person in the near future. Now I would like to go to my dear friend Qusai. First, I would like to tell you that with Qusai, we know each other for many years, and we were members of the MAG. The MAG is the multi-stakeholder advisor group that prepares the agenda for the IGF. And we share very good moments at that time. And I would also like to thank Qusai for contributing as sponsor to the school. You know, the school is possible because of the contributions of different organizations, and one of them is the organization that is led by Qusai. Thank you very much for that. We were able to grant 200 fellowships on site and 200 fellowships online for the fellows, and now the school has 3 stages. First, an online training, preparatory training course. Then we have this face-to-face virtual hybrid stage this week, and then we have partnered a university of Argentina. So we also, for the students that succeed the 2 stages and do research with tutors from the university, they get a university diploma about internet governance and regulation. So thank you very much, Qusai, for being with us, for sharing your friendship and your support to the school. And I remember that there was once that you invited me to speak at the Arab IGF. Can you tell us which activities related with Internet IGF or national and regional IGF are happening in the Middle East? And welcome.
Thank you, dear Olga. And first, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the organizers of SSIG on winning the WSIS Awards for 2022. So congratulations all. I'm really proud of you. And let me commend my previous colleague on well-thoughted interventions in this session. So I like to commend them all. In the let's say IGF arena and the Arab world, I would start from the Arab Internet Governance Forum, which was a process, a multi-stakeholder process that was initiated in 2012, and it is continued until now. A multi-stakeholder representing all civil society, private sector, governments, technical community, and academics joined together to initiate and roll out the Arab Internet Governance. And it is continuing until now in its 7th and 8th version, which is upcoming. And it is co-facilitated by the Arab League of States and the United Nations Economic and Social Commission of Western Asia, the ESCWA. The Arab Internet Governance helped bringing all stakeholders together to talk about issues of importance or concern or priority in the Arab world. It introduced well the concept or the idea of internet governance, and it picked up to evolve into national IGFs like the IGF of Lebanon and the IGF of Tunisia as an example, and also another regional version of an IGF, which is the IGF of North African countries. So it was successful in leading the scene in internet governance in the Arab world and bringing it to the floor or to the scene here in our region. And it evolved in other events like the national events or the regional event that I have just mentioned. Not only that, today the international organizations like the ICANN, like the RIPE-NCC, which is our regional registrar, and the ISOC, they all established regional presence dedicated to the Middle East and North Africa. And they are heavily involved with states, the private sector, and the technical community and NGOs to promote and to build awareness into issues of relevance and importance related to internet and internet governance. Issues like IXPs, issues like digital economy, issues like cyber security. These are all has been coordinated and supported and presented by such international organizations like the ICANN, the RIPE-NCC, and the ISOC. The ITU is working also with the Arab world and organizing many events, most of them intergovernmental, but it has been opened to other stakeholders, like the regional operators, for example, and for other type of observers to attend into these events and have the opportunity to talk to the intergovernmental teams in the Arab world and related issues. And that's really an evolving approach. Also, the ITU and its office in the Middle East is participating in the Arab Internet Governance activities too. Moving into that, we have also in the Arab world our own version of the School of Internet Governance, which we call the Middle East School of Internet Governance, which will take place this year in December in Muscat, Oman. And we hope that we can, let's say, compete with the Southern School of Internet Governance and having substance and participation and reaching the excellence of the Summer South School into this matter. One more thing, we have also what we call the Middle East network operator groups, which is mostly, although it is mostly dedicated to the technical community, but also speaks up very well and on issues related to internet governance. Collectively, what this scene of events, participants, organizations, and stakeholders did is they opened the discussion to all stakeholders on equal foot to discuss issues of importance and priority. Like today, what concerns the Arab world is issues related to misinformation, cybersecurity, digital economy, supporting innovation, and issues of privacy. And raising awareness in these issues and taking advantage of them and enrolling them in the scene, especially, for example, in digital economy and innovation, as it means opportunities to the youth. These events collectively, joint efforts and initiatives to work more closely together, to coordinate efforts more together, to reach a consent or an outcome that is beneficial to all of us. So the evolution of this is really the collectiveness process of all stakeholders on equal foot to discuss this issue in an open manner and voice out their concern, priorities, and move on together in a joint effort to raise awareness in this matter. And I'll stop here.
Thank you. Thank you, Kusai. It's interesting what you say about dialogue and exchanging ideas and these spaces of participation. And let me commend your region, because I remember we had a very interesting panel 2 days ago about IDNs. Because Paraguay and some other countries of the region are working on IDNs for Guarani, which is a language previous to the colonialization of the region, that it's spoken in all Paraguay, in the north of Argentina, south of Brazil, and Bolivia. And I think it's a very, very interesting initiative. But I remember all the efforts done by countries of Middle East in having IDNs for Arabic. And I remember the first one, if I am not mistaken, was the website of the Ministry of Communications of Egypt, if I am not mistaken. So, and that was several years ago. And I commend the region for that important effort that shows that you're willing to coordinate, to communicate, and the willingness of the different parts in working together for a very good goal. I would like to give the floor now to Rodney. Rodney Taylor, he's the Secretary General, of the CTU, Caribbean Telecommunications Union. Welcome, Rodney. We did organize a very interesting school in 2014. It was in Port of Spain, the capital city of Trinidad and Tobago. And it was very nice, very successful, very good memories from that school. Rodney, I remember that the IGF that you organized is previous to the one organized in 2006 in Athens. I remember receiving information about that happening in the Caribbean. Why don't you tell us about how it is evolving since then, and how are the national IGFs happening in Caribbean? How do you coordinate? It's a very challenging region. There's a lot of islands, and sometimes some of us live in very big countries with other challenges, but also small islands, and it's challenging to organize things there. And welcome, Rodney. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, Olga, and thank you for inviting us to participate in the South School 2023. We really appreciate the opportunity to discuss and present on our Caribbean IGF, which, as you mentioned, is one of the longest standing IGFs globally. In 2005, the CARICOM Secretariat, CARICOM being the Community of Caribbean States, requested the CTU to host to discuss the issue of internet governance, and we hosted the first Internet Governance Forum 2005. So this year we're at we hosted the 19th CIGF, and we're very pleased to have had a very successful IGF this year. And in fact, this year was also the second Caribbean Youth IGF, the first one being hosted last year. Last year as well, I think it was mentioned that we were able to host, I think it was mentioned by Anya, the first SSIG IGF as well. And this goes beyond, of course, the Caribbean. Using the United Nations definition of SSIG, we were extended our invitation to participate and coordinate the SSIG IGF with our brothers and sisters in Pacific Islands and the African small island states. So we are pleased to have been able to do that. And of course, we've had tremendous support from the IGF Secretariat. We've had participation by Chengetai, by Anya, by the UN Tech Envoy, who've all brought global perspectives to the issues being discussed and have helped to raise the profile of the event itself. The CIGF is recognized as an NRI by the UN IGF, and each year we do present and provide an update on the activities that we host. And we are working towards the recognition of the Youth IGF, Caribbean Youth IGF, as well as an NRI. I'm very pleased to say that this year we will, for the first time, be having an open forum at the UN IGF in Kyoto, Japan. Notwithstanding the time difference, I will be there. I have some other colleagues from the CTU. We will have some other Caribbean delegates on the ground, and we'll be speaking about the from IGF, the Internet Governance Forum, to the GDC, the Global Digital Compact, a new era of global digital governance, a SSIG's perspective. It is an open forum on the 12th of October, and of course there's this discussion around the IGF and how it is evolving since WSIS And now there is the Global Digital Compact that is coming up, and with the Summit of the Future in New York next year. So what are the implications for the IGF? Do we need a separate global forum to discuss digital issues versus the internet? And so we want to be able to look at this issue and bring a perspective from small and developing states and how the IGF has helped us to have a voice and how the GDC may help us to have a voice going forward and what would be in our best interest. Since we began in 2005, we've been able, thankfully, to develop an internet governance policy framework, now on its 4th edition. And that has benefited from, it's a set of policy recommendations for our Caribbean states on internet governance. And it speaks to things like internet exchange points, the need to establish that. Those IXPs as part of building up internet resilience in the region. When we started in 2005, there weren't any really in the region at all. And I think the count is somewhere now around 13. But those are obviously very critical in terms of building very resilient internet infrastructure. Within our CIGF as well, I'm pleased to say that we provide a space for the national IGFs. In particular, this year we had presentations from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We had presentations from Haiti, from Trinidad and Tobago, which has established a TT-MAG, multi-stakeholder advisory group. And we partnered with them. And we will be, on Haiti, I think I mentioned Haiti. And we will be partnering with them as well in order to deliver the forum in Kyoto in Japan on the issue of IGF to GDC. We provide a space for them. We also support the activities on the ground as best as we can. And the policy framework provides useful guidelines for our Caribbean countries and our stakeholders. That, in a nutshell, is what we've been doing with respect to the CIGF. We expect this to continue. In fact, next year will be the 20th year, and of course, 20 being significant, we expect to host that. Originally, where we started in the Republic of the Commonwealth of Guyana, and we encourage remote participation, in-person participation as well. And we would welcome the support, as we always have received from the UN IGF Secretariat, from the UN Special Envoy on Technology, and from all of our other partners. We encourage those to call here to work with us and collaboratively raise the profile of the issues around internet governance with our stakeholders. And I shared a link earlier with the forum, and we encourage you to participate with us in Kyoto. Again, notwithstanding the time difference. And Olga, thank you very much for the opportunity just to mention a few of these initiatives from the Caribbean.
Thank you, Rodney. We should think about organizing another school in the Caribbean. We have to talk about that. So we have some minutes. Let me ask the audience if we have any question. Preguntas?
I do.
We have here my dear friend Claudio Lucena. I would like to take the opportunity to thank Claudio, University of Paraíba, the government of the state of Paraíba, and the government of the city of Campina Grande for hosting the school. What we have been trying for several years is to move away from big cities, from capital cities, in coming to other cities in countries. And this is the first one. We are very happy to be here, the local community. And Claudio, você tem uma pergunta in English.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Olga, and thanks a lot, Vladimir, Chengata, Yanya, Mr. Ashati, and Rodney for your attention to our school. This is a very interesting movement, moving IGF and internet governance discussions into cities other than the main centers. It's not everyone that can follow these processes in the main places where they reach. It's also true that there's been a great effort by all internet governance spaces to facilitate remote participation, but we're experiencing something different this week in Campina Grande. We're bringing critical mass to a place that otherwise would not have that opportunity, and we feel the importance of that movement. I would like to know if you could, Mr. Ashati reminded us of a couple of initiatives in the Middle East of this space is being taken to other places. I would like to know if you could bring us some good practices or elaborate a little bit more on these efforts of expanding internet governance discussion to places other than the main centers, if you would recommend us on how to elaborate and principally on how to follow up on those initiatives, because we're on the verge of that follow-up. We're finishing the school today. We would appreciate to take this dialogue further and to hear from you about these initiatives. Hope to see you soon in Kyoto. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudio. Who would like to? I think it's an interesting question. Somehow I think that the intersessional work of the different activities of national, regional, and global IGF and the WSIS Forum is the place to be. But if someone would like to answer to Claudio, how do we keep up the momentum after the school or the IGF or the national IGF or the regional IGF? I see Anja and Rodney hands up. Anja?
Thank you very much, Claudia. So nice to see you and hear from you, and thank you for excellent question. I think for the digital inclusion, you are hitting the marathon when it comes about the methodology. How could we achieve this among all the factors? That's been recognized by some of the NRIs, and you are very much right. The easier option, or the easiest, is to organize a meeting in the capital, just because usually the resources are concentrated there. And organizing an IGF process comes with a cost, of course. The good thing is that the NRIs do not take this least restrictive alternative, but they're actually going with a vision to achieve digital inclusion as much as that's possible. So there are good examples, good practices among the NRIs where the meetings are hosted outside of the capital, in other cities, towns, and small places, other regions, with a goal to reach people physically, to be able to feel these types of processes, because when you feel them, then it just grabs you. I think that's the experience of many of us. And so in that sense, I think the national IGF that maybe pioneered this practice, at least for my time being in the past 8 years, is the Italian IGF. So the Italian IGF has been hosted in Rome just a few times in these couple of years. It's been hosted in other cities across their country, and that's really shown to have a great effect. Because the Italian IGF is one of the rare national IGFs where the opening session itself counts more than 1,000 participants. And you don't see that, not even at some regional IGFs. In addition to that, I know that the Brazilian IGF, for example, is moving across the regions, across the states within a country to achieve this concept. For example, I had a pleasure to participate in the Asia Pacific regional IGF. They are also trying to, as much as that's possible, to introduce this practice. So this year's meeting was hosted strategically, not in Sydney, in Australia as maybe the biggest center, or in Canberra, but it was hosted in Brisbane. So gathering people from the capital and other regional centers in that particular region. And it came with a cost. It's been challenging. Most of the institutions had to travel there, but I think it was effective overall speaking. Eurodig this year was hosted, for example, in Finland, in a city called Tampere, so not in Helsinki. I think other national IGFs, I think the Polish IGF as well is hosted outside of Warsaw for the past couple of years as well. So there are certainly examples, and I hope that they will be followed also by other national and regional IGFs, like you're doing today with your school.
Thank you, Anja. Any other comments from the panel? Rodney?
Yeah, let me just say very quickly, and in my presentation, I forgot to mention LAC IGF, but they also did present in the CIGF this year. We appreciate that update from the LAC IGF. In terms of engagement and so on, I'm one that I don't like to preach to the choir. And every year we think in terms of how can we broaden the appeal, how can we get new stakeholders on board. And for the last year and this year as well, we've sought to engage social media influencers, persons who are not necessarily involved in the IGF or IG discussions, but who have a large following online. And this year we were able to do that to some level of success last year also. And it brought some new people on to the discussion. We talk about end users. And what we, like I said, what I don't want is for us every year to be talking to the same people about the same things. And therefore, we've sought to use those persons not traditionally involved in the discussions to bring along their following to these issues. And of course, there's so many issues of importance, of relevance, but people don't necessarily see the connection to internet governance. Things like how can we monetize content for those same social media influencers and so on. They don't necessarily always see the connection to internet governance and entrepreneurship online. We've also sought using the same social media influencers to continue the engagements in between or intersessionally between the IGF. So we pull out particular topics such as cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, inclusivity, and so on, and focus on those specific topics that may have a particular following. AI, of course, being a very hot topic now. Persons would be interested in that, and just a very short engagements with podcasts and so on that would lead up and build up the excitement coming up. And of course, I mentioned the policy framework that we have that is available online. We have an online forum for persons to continue throughout the year to contribute to that document, to comment and so on. And those comments and those interventions we take into account when we do meet next year in terms of updating of this policy framework. So I just wanted to share those perspectives of what we are doing here. Thank you.
Thank you, Rodney. Thank you very much, everyone. If we don't have more comments, we are on the hour. Vladimir, you want to say something? Yes, go ahead, please.
Yes, I'd still like to use this opportunity. I was hoping to allow the audience more questions. So, first of all, on the topic of internet governance, as the community might know, it was split from the business process implementation, so it can really be more focused within the IGF communities. And although we don't have the regional business forums, the implementation of the business processes is also being handled on the regional level as well. So all those regional organizations, ICT organizations, have been really helpful in this matter. However, ITU is definitely a place where such a question should be sent to, and I do invite Claudio to reach out to me. I'll put him in contact with the colleagues that are handling this issue. Finally, this forum, as I mentioned, is really shaped by you. Do use the opportunity to submit your questions, your proposals through the OCP, and we'll make sure that we include you in our program. So that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. I have hands up from Yusai and Chengetai. Chengetai, go ahead.
I'll just be very, very quick. I mean, I agree with everybody, what everybody was saying, but I'd also like just to say a little bit stronger what Vladimir was saying as well, is that it's not just us reaching out to you. You can be the locus. Wherever you are in your neighborhood, in your city, in your community, and then you can tell us what you need, and we will try and provide that for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chengetai. Last word from my dear friend, Yusai. Go ahead.
Thank you, Olga. I just want to elaborate on the follow-up of the events. What helps us in the Arab world to follow up is that we have this chain or this group of events, the Arab IG, the MINOG, the Middle East School of Internet Governance, the official meetings of the Arab League, the digital cooperation event of the UN SQI, and let's say the Middle East DNS Forum. These connected chain of events keeps the dialogue open and move it from one level to another and move it from one stage to another, even if it's with different perspectives. But it keeps the discussion alive, it keeps the dialogue on, and it helps us to reach a conclusion, or it helps the discussion to be more mature in discussing any issues of relevance. This helps us to develop a national perspective, moving into a regional position and moving it to the global arena. So one key issue in the follow-up of any internet governance related event is having the other chain of events and moving the discussions into this platform and keeping the, let's say, the policy dialogue. Thank you.
Thanks to you. So opportunities are there, global, regional, national, schools, forums, WSIS forum. So just stay tuned, participate, let your voice be heard. Thank you, Rodney. Thank you, Kisai. Thank you, Chengetai. Thank you, Anya. And thank you, Vladimir. Thank you very much for your participation. Big applause for you, from the audience. And big regards here from my dear friend, my colleague Adrian. And see you some of you in Kyoto next month. Thank you. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
Best wishes for IGF in Kyoto.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Okay. Café. 11, acá. Coffee. Café. 11, acá. Hola, hay un celular perdido en una mesa. ¿Alguien perdió el celular? Estamos en una mesa, ahora tu café, mesa, celular perdido. Perder el celular es como perder la vida misma. Sí, sí. Celular perdido. Celular perdido. Ah, mira. Fotógrafo. Chico fotógrafo. ¿Eh? Cristian, ¿me cerrás la puerta allá? No sé qué se me hizo Adrián, que es mi cierra puertas. Último día, ¿eh? Todo el mundo está un poco distraído. Vamos a sentarnos. Então, esta apresentação é muito interessante sobre metaverso. Eu tenho aqui meu colega Mohamed Sia, da empresa Meta. Muito obrigado pela tua presença aqui em persona. Muito agradecida por estar aqui conosco. Ele vai... me cerras quédate allá un rato con la puerta cerrada, si no, no se escucha nada. Sí, pero está mucho ruido. Ahí vienen. Ahora van a entrar todos tarde. É um dia complicado, todo mundo está um pouco cansado, mas ele vai fazer uma apresentação muito interessante sobre o metaverso, que é uma coisa que eu acho, pessoalmente, acho desafiante para que mundos diferentes paralelos à nossa vida diária. Então, vou dar a palavra para ele. Acho que você já tem falado com os colegas do vídeo para apresentar. Então, seja bem-vindo. Muito obrigada.
Bom dia, bom dia. Tudo bom? Como vocês estão? Tudo certo? Eu imagino um pouco cansado, mas agora depois do café, eu espero que você tenha energia para falar sobre um tema que eu acho que é um tema muito interessante, que tem muita conexão com criatividade, etc. Então, vamos lá para os slides. Boa. Meu nome é Mohamed Zia, eu trabalho na Meta.
Yeah, I work in Meta, and today I'm going to do an introduction about the metaverse and emerging technologies. A little bit about me. I'm a manager in Meta, which I focus on the emerging technologies and a part of the public policy team in Latin. I'm from United States. I'm from the Arabia Saudita, but I have a Brazilian heart. I don't speak Portuguese, but you can ask me if you want. And today I invited 3 panelists to talk about the metaverse, what it is, what are the technologies in the metaverse, and we also hear some applications in the metaverse thanks to 3 students that are applying in this sector. And I wish you guys would make the questions in the final. My JD was in law school, my doctorate was in Oxford, and my training was in the University of Maya. I really like to understand the role of technology in developing countries. I work in Indonesia for almost a whole year. I lived in Colombia, and now I'm manager in Meta. Before I start, I would like to thank SSIG because I think that this world is very important to increase the knowledge about technology, internet, especially in the global south. So thank you so much for the invitation. So let's see. So first, I would like to make a definition of what is the metaverse. Metaverse is it's a group of digital space, including 3D immersive experience. They are interconnected. And the quality and the defining quality of the metaverse would be the sense of the presence. Through my whole presentation, the metaverse increases the sense of the presence. I hope that you keep that in mind. The sensation, the sense, it was necessary 30, 50 years to call someone, to be able to listen to someone. Nowadays it's very common, but in those times when we had the cell phones for the first time, it was very incredible to be able to hear the voice of someone that is not next that is not close to us. Then we have the video call. The next step in this evolution is the metaverse. And thanks to a lot of technologies, we are going to have the sense of the presence more stronger. And what are these technologies? We have the extended reality, we have the increased reality, the virtual reality, and artificial intelligence. So let's start with the extended reality. The augmented reality is a reality that transport images and digital images in a vision of the users in the real world, improving or increasing the reality. Raise your hands if you already used some Instagram filter. There's someone that played Pokemon Go. So I don't need to do this presentation. You already know what's augmented reality. So when you think about augmented reality, think of Pokemon Go or Instagram filter. This technology increases the reality that is around of us. This is the basic of augmented reality. And another interesting thing about this technology is that we can interact it in an increased technology with some device like the iPad, for example. The second technology of the metaverse is the virtual reality. The virtual reality, usually we need a device. And the usage of a modern computer simulation that allows that people can interact with a simulated environment that can be explored in 360 degrees. The virtual reality is 100% sensitive. And the last one, the extended reality. The most important part here is that the extended reality is umbrella. That's it. It's umbrella that includes the augmented reality, the virtual reality. So when you hear about the extended reality, it's an umbrella. It's a description for all the technologies in the metaverse. And now very quickly, I'm going to talk about some cases of the usage of metaverse. So here we have one, a children's hospital of Los Angeles, sometimes in the emergency room, and have children with a disease that's very critical. Sometimes the doctor has only 5 minutes to make a decision of which medicine he's going to will, and in these moments you have to be calm and to simulate these situations. So in Los Angeles, the doctor is practicing this situation, how it's going to interact with the children, what are the symptoms that he's going to see in the children to help these children. And then we have an augmented application that is very cool and was very useful during the pandemic. Thanks to this application of World Health Organization, the health professionals, they were able to use the gloves, the masks to be protected against the virus. So this is another example of the augmented technology. And here we have children in school learning about the solar system thanks to the augmented reality. I like to learn through a visual way. How did you learn? When people ask it, how did you learn about Portuguese? I like to say that for me the learning is very visual. And here, thanks to the augmented reality, we can teach things in a more realistic way. Nowadays, these days, I don't know where the planets are. But if I have the image of the planet, of the planes of the system, of the solar system, he present with me, I could recognize it and I could remember what I have learned in school. And this image was not able to work very well in the presentation, but it's my favorite. Here we have a fireman with a mask, and with a mask, and thanks to the augmented reality, he's able to see if there is an animal or a person. First, because we don't want our firemen to be a lot of time in a place with fire and smoke. And also, if the firemen think that's impossible, that someone is that in the smoke, it's very impossible to see. But through this mask, he can see if there is a child, then he's able to go there to help the people. So this is also an application of the augmented reality. So I hope that this helped you to understand with this basic concept what is the metaverse and what is the most important thing that I would like you to remember. Does anyone know? The sense of the presence. Now, I don't want to talk so much about the metaverse and the technologies. I want to give you some examples. So I'm calling 3 representatives to talk about the companies that are connected to the metaverse. First, I want to call Omar Takla, who is the founder of a company that develops immersive realities metaverse in Curitiba, but they do projects all over the world. So Omar, please be welcome. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the invitation. I'm going to talk a little bit about the virtual town. That's a platform to the creation and the management of the immersive social networks. And this was founded in 2017. You don't need to install, you can install by the apps. And it works in some virtual glasses, some devices. And this platform is all light label, so it's customized for all the clients. It is sponsored by Microsoft, Google, AWS, Crackle, Samsung, Endeavor. For information service groups. So these are our main clients, and the Coca-Cola that it's the most current client right now, also the YouTube and among others. And our main view cases I would like to talk a little bit about this and show our in the virtual events 80% of people reports of the inclusion most than in the real life, and also in the metaverse it mitigates the costs in 9% of energy. This case was created in 2011 in 2021 during the pandemic. It's something that they do physically in São Paulo in the shopping in the shopping Eldorado, and we did it online. We created the city with a lot of digital environments. We have the NBA market, we have the vestiary, we have the game area, arena to play games, to watch interviews. And the first steps when you enter in those buildings is you can create your own character. And they are able to buy these clothes by virtual coins, and they could gain these virtual coins through games. So in each games that they play, they gain these coins to play and to watch these games. Once you customize your character, you can have an infinite number of simultaneous places to play. You have chat, video chat, text chat, and a list of participants that you can interact. You can also have a board. You also have an outdoor system that we can improve. So our clients monetize these events and they sell to the sponsors. So they sold to Nescau, Budweiser. All of these brands have a own space in the metaverse, and also some mini games. And in the subway, they have the basketball game. When you enter in a quarter, you can initiate a game, and then you gain points that can be used to buy clothes. They are like virtual tickets. Another case of the usage beyond the events is a train of collaborators. In the onboard part, there is a reduction of the cost of 30% in travels, and it's also reported that the engagement is increasing through by the sponsors, and that they increases the focus of the users. And I want to show you guys a case of immersive training. And here we created these virtual cities for them for an event of entrepreneur event. So the first step, you can create your character. You can change the clothes. If you can create a character with your own face. And once you create a character, you enter in this conversion space, and in each of these stands is controlled by a sponsor that can show some projects of entrepreneur of some companies. So you can find some elements that are hidden in the scenarios. You can also gain points and use to buy again some special items. You have some forms of the SPS and other integrations. There are some people that can guide you. Also, I would like to talk about immersive e-commerce which is the creation of some markets. People can stay like 7 times more in an immersive market than a traditional market, and increases in a 450% by the campaigns. So I'm going to show you 2 cases. The first one is 360 degrees. You can see this was during the pandemic, so you can see that we put masks them, this, and it's integrated with the e-commerce. You can navigate it among them. You can do the checkouts with the credit cards, Pix, and using also fidelity points. So you can sign first. It automatically takes the e-commerce, the descriptions, the images, the values. And what we did with modeled in 3D, that is based in the identity of the market. So I want to show you here again another 3D story. So it wasn't a character, so we created one. You can really walk in it. You can find in other persons. You can talk with. In this case, we did this integration in which when you click in some product, you would be able to see the prices. So you can also manipulate the so you also have the Brazilian bank in the game that was located in the Rio de Janeiro. So the Brazil bank, we have also the virtual glasses, and we can talk with the operators in the bank in real time. We have an attendance class B2B, we have a mobiliary one, and another one to the investment. The audio space, the most far away that you have for someone, you can hear them. This store can connect the people that are inside, that are in internet, in the devices, and also in the virtual glasses, all in the same environment. And the last case of use is of chatbots. This platform has a functionality that you can create a virtual assistant, whether a virtual mentor. Some data about chatbots is that that 66% of people interacted in the chatbots last year, and 87% of the consumers consider the chatbots a very attractive tool. You can create a chatbot in 2D or in 3D. The difference is that the 2D are made in artificial intelligence. So you just need to describe the person, and the visual of this person will be created. So you can say it's humor, his humor, the phrases that are going to be said by this person. So this is a show that we have made it. So they have virtual sellers that can change ideas with these sellers by the ChatGPT. And also some curiosities that we can import. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Oma. I thought that was very interesting list example. There is this connection between the artificial intelligence and the virtual. So you can stay with us until the midday. So maybe if the people have questions here, they can question you. Again, thank you, Oma. And now from virtual reality, we are going to the augmented virtual. So we are going to talk with Marcela now. So Marcela, we are here in Paraíba, and Marcela is from Pernambuco, and she's going to talk a little bit more about augmented reality. So Marcela, be welcome. Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to be here and to be able to share my journal with you guys. I'm going to share my slide with you. So, on filter design, I have my expertise in render pads. I'm a student of digital design and graphic. I'm a student of market for social media. When you open the Instagram camera, we can see a diverse of filters, and there are a lot of professionals that think strategically in this filter so they can reach their clients in the best way. And I'm one of these responsible. There are of the creation and the experiences in the Instagram filters. I started occasionally. I was one of the Brazilians that were affected in the lockdown. I lost my job. And I see doing filters a way of keep me productive during the time. But it was like a hobby. But through the communities, I saw that it was like a career. And then my career really started. So I did a lot of filters in the community, which is excellent way of achieve of this acceptance feeling through these communities. And one of the memory filters that I did was of the Dr. Pietro, who is the head of, and he has this engaged community in Instagram, and he has some terms to see the way to come to the world. So it means that the ideas, the idealizations of Dr. Prater was seen through the filters. Although that is very important, this project through the communities, especially because I saw the big brands, they invest in diverse projects, and I know that if I could achieve my all my potential, I have to go to another brand. So the HEP was a effort of method to bring more diversity in method to. So they did a contest for those that want to start in the filters, but also some orientations of career for those that was starting in the work. The fact that I created, to the contest was this one called the filter is called Black Royals. The filter was well seen. I was able to give some interviews related to this project. And beyond this acknowledgement, we also have the visibility in some communities where this project was So I also had some projects that were so the creators can use it during this week. And I also had some projects as well. They have given me the visibility that I needed to be able to make these projects more exclusive. So I was able to work with some brands like the Governo da Bahia Government, the Preta Hub, and I can say that it was like that was really important, this work that I had with Meta. Beyond this visibility they have brought to me, it also gives this awareness of diversity whatever I walk by. When I talk about bring diversity to this metaverse, to the filters, I'm not saying that the brands they need to do a work with a Afro aspect to match with the group A or group B, but I'm talking about inclusion. We had this boost of people come to the digital. There a lot is said about digital experience, and we need to bring a good experience because when we allow a good experience, a bad experience, we know how hard it is to deal with these experiences. And when someone opens a filter and she doesn't see in this filter, she understands that this project was not thought about the person. So she gets frustrated, the person gets frustrated, and we try to avoid these feelings. So here I have an example of one of the filters that we made it. So we made some filters. So we have these filters that have the makeup, the turban. Unfortunately, the skin color is to make very white. But we included this too that the person can change the skin tone. So the person can also choices if he's going to use the makeup or not. And to finish the thing that I learned during my journey, knowing that the technology can change careers and lives just as did as with mine, but it's not a beauty filter. And other sectors can use this filter to have benefits. Not only because the social side, but also because the practical thing. And we have to take a look in the diversity with another types of cares that before we play a project. So this is what I have to share with you guys. Thank you, Marcela. Can you tell us when was the first time that you create a filter? When it happens? Was exactly in the beginning of the pandemic in 2020. Not everyone can do a job like this. This was a very cool job. I was in Bahia. I was able to know to meet the filter. She's very special. If you are able to be here with us until the midday, people may have questions for you. Now, let's return to virtual reality. Now I'm calling Larissa to talk about virtual reality in the health sports sector.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? I hope you're doing well. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thanks for the invitation. So let's go. Today I'm here to share a little bit about my experience, professional experience, and also to talk about how I use the virtual reality in my sector. So I have a company called Neurosports. The Neurosports works with neuroscience applied to sports. So let's understand what does it mean. With the advance of technology, we could start to understand the functioning of the brain. And a step ahead, we can understand how the brain reacts to the importance of nervous science in the sports. So today we can say that sports happen also in the brain, not only in the muscles, but also in the brain. Why? Because when we see, for example, a mundial idol like Cristiano Ronaldo kicking a ball, we are seeing the final of a process very important, but it is the last part. Before there are a series of things that happens in nervous for Cristiano Ronaldo to do the goals that he does. This process implies in how Cristiano Ronaldo filters the information. What, where does he look? The gazing of his eyes. How does he realize things? How does his nervous muscles plans of action? He takes a decision. He chooses, and so then he kicks the ball. So we can observe through neuroscience applied to sports the complexity of cognitivism complexity on this area. So theirs is what neuroscience do. It understands its complexity and it uh, acts to improve the action of athletes, and so improve their act in field. How does virtual reality and meta joins with us? So we use our glasses of virtual reality in different contexts. The first context is we do an evaluation of cognitivism. As a starting point of our work, we see how the brain of the athlete is organized. We have an evaluation, a protocol, completely automatically. So here, the athlete answers or not to stimulus, and we come with two different accounts: time of reaction, time of decision, the quality of decision and reaction, the attention, the control of impulsivity, the his vision, left and right. So it is a point of starting, a starting point. And at the moment we see the athlete reactions, we understand that if he is in his pattern or uh, below or under the pattern, what's the next step? Is to train him or her. So the athlete is above the pattern. He only trains if he wants. And in our trainings, we also use the virtual glasses because we can symbolize a lot of what happens in the camp with in virtual reality. So this boy here wearing a red shirt, he plays Rocky. Rocky is very intense. So as a way of a first training, we're giving him a way of in which he can reaction to some lightnings. The video hasn't started. No, the video hasn't started yet. So later I will show the video to you. And here we also have a trainer that is experiencing a software. So what happens? When we are in intense training, we have to understand that athletes lost training because of long trips that they do. So we are working with tone based, that is a time of Series B. And we are thinking about the idea of inserting the software of virtual reality in the daily life of the one who plays football in long trips in which they lost trainings during the trip. Another scenario that we utilize the virtual reality is in a scenario of meditation, guided meditation, to athletes of great performance. This athlete here you can see on the photo, he is Leonardo Deus, he's a swimmer. He received a reward of 5th place in Tokyo. So it increases the tension, increases the control of impulsivity. So we use also as a factor of relaxing after the training. Also, we submit athletes to the athletes who are completely injured, so they can't move. So we submit them to the training of virtual reality for them to continue training the brain, for them to continue training their perception and their association of information. As well as in new sports, we not only work with amateur professional athletes, but we work with people who want to improve their perception and their cognitive emotions. We need to have the capability of concentration, of divide our attention in different elements, important elements, and all of these competences are trained. Here in neuroscience, we all also receive people that are looking for this high performance. So we also submit them to training in virtual reality, as well as meditation, guided meditation. We are working guided meditation with people with TDAH, and also with people who are passing for a depression moment. So for us to conclude, what I have seen is the use of technology, there is a virtual reality, is really important in sports. And inclusive, we have articles that show that a direct transference from professional athletes that wanted to have a training on virtual training, they had their performance increased. I'm here to enlighten all your doubts, and thanks for the attention. Larissa, thank you very much. Are you an athlete too? Is it right? Could you talk a little bit about how you learned about this technology? Yes, I am. I was an athlete for all my life. 2015, I did my post-graduation in neuroscience, and I loved it. But I haven't changed neuroscience and sports club. I had prepared a book, and this book talked about all the actions that were being doing in the United States, and I understood. So to bring neuroscience applied to sports in Brazil, once or not, it is a new scenario, not very known here in Brazil. I studied a lot. I did 2 post-graduation neuroscience about the behavior. In 2019, I found my company. So that's my career. That's my journey. Thank you very much. We have Marcelo Weir here with us. Does anyone have any questions? Or do we have many? So you can ask first. So say, where are you from, your name, what does you work with? Good morning. Congratulations for a presentation. Good morning to everyone. It's fantastic to know this environment, of technology, of sports. The last presentation, I got really glad. I forgot to present myself. My name is Lucas. I'm from the Federal Institute of Alagoas. I work with a product manager, a software product manager. And coming back to my question. The last presentation, I was really interested because the motive, I am a person that has TDAH, and I saw in the last slide in your research and your work is related directly with the results of TDAH that involved aspects of creativity, sports, practice of sports, and questions on meditation and mental health. I would like to know for the TDAH, for the persons with how is the artificial intelligence impacting them, about the brain. I don't want to use the technical language, but as you have experience with this, how can you respond to this? Perfect. Next question. It's a pleasure to meet you. When we talk about TDAH, it is something that corresponds to what has been interesting in my methodology, and a very good methodology is that we unite the activity of physical activity with cognitive things. As we do our activities, you are invited to think. We're here in a scenario of two multiple tasks. It is important for those who have TDAH, and we are working with things that demand for you to have attention, be here and now. And for these people with TDAH, we have inserted in the end of our section this guided meditation that guides you to be here and now, to control yourself, your breathing. We know how the meditation is important for those who have TDAH. And we also know if you're not being guided, or you're not in an environment in which your brain can explore the scenario, it hasn't other senses. The practice of meditation can be something really hard, something really challenging. So because it's natural for you to have difficulties for you to concentrate, so we work with an app of meditation called Tree, and about TDAH, you are invited to breathe, and when you breathe, a light flash comes, and when you breathe again, this flash is projected forward. Having these things is really benefic. That you can control this lack of attention and that these people have. Thank you, Larissa. And we have other question around there. Good morning, my name is Sheila. I have a question that it seems a little general. This is a very complex and interesting topic. We have a lot of ways to use this technology that you're talking about. A lot is been talking about the diversity of all this. I saw along all the presentations talking about the diversity, but we did not talk a lot about technologies that can be watched. Diversity as an inclusion, for example, for those who have a difficult in reality. For example, gamification. So it really relates to the first and the last, related to the first and the last. When, for example, I'm creating a character, an avatar, I have the possibility to create someone who is not in the group of few people. Let's say that I'm putting a glass to use an activity that I can't move myself, but I can do an activity that I can't do in that time. But this is allowing me to. I'm taking into account is there any research of you to treat about this? Another point is the cybercyclists. I think it is very interesting how much this has the probability to make people yield. And talking about virtual glasses, how is it working with people to use it for a long time without feeling headaches and visual problems? Is it advanced or is it a right time for people to use it for not to get injured from it? The question is technology that can be watched, can be studied. All about this inclusion in more general in a general way, and about the virtual glasses. Is it becoming more subtle in a way that we don't feel uncomfortable for using it for a long time? Thank you very much. Perfect. I think that's the first question that do you have an experience about it? It's going to be very interesting to know your opinion about it. Feel free to talk about it.
Is we have this wheelchair that you can use, and I think that is important inclusion in the platform. You can choose if you're going to use the wheelchair. We also have this function, this new function that we are developing now. You can select which members that you don't have. You can remove an arm and use a prototype. You can change the nivels. You can talk now about the headsets. Sheila, are you okay? Thank you for your question. I think it's an important question. Nowadays, we know and we raise a flag about the here in the nearest part. What I can say is that we have some points to look after. We have some parents' demands that the children want to do evaluations and that they training in virtual. And though these parents are very well intentioned to make the best for the children, we educate that in this age, we do not use the virtual glass because it's not indicated. So in the narrowest part, we have this good sense from which age we can use the virtual glass and when we offer as a possibility. Another point here, Sheila, is that we have this vision on science. The use of the virtual reality for us is not a use for leisure, it's a use for training. And it takes 10 minutes in the protocols, and the training protocol varies in between 5 and 10 minutes in the max of time. So we don't have the risks of headaches, of this cognitive tiredness. I hope that I was able to answer your question. We have time for another question. So good morning, everyone. I'm Emerson Lopes. I'm from here in Brazil. I'm studying the relations of metaverse and the public politics. So we understand that the metaverse emerges as a technology of social distinction. So for having access to the metaverse, you have to have a virtual glass. So we already understand which are the layers of the society that will be able to be in contact with the metaverse. We have to understand that we are human and we have a lot of cultures, and these cultures we organize this in different technologies. So in this sense, I would like to know what are the possibilities that you guys imagining to improve the public policies to the mother university, and how it's going to give the safeness in the metaverse context. We know that some devices are not able to insert some antivirals, for example, and to be able to make transitions, financial transitions, and to understand how this. Can I compliment my friend question? My name is Marilia. I work with that data protection. And since we are in this new environment, there is no norms, how to regulate and how to implement a regulation. I believe that in the first moment, we will be able to have the auto-regulation in the platform to create the living norms and the legal norms. So I would like to know, how do you guys think of doing this auto-regulation to personal data protection inside of these OG tools that of course are, since they said a little bit about cybersecurity. So just to complement the two questions about the personal data of privacy, we have a lot of rules to protect data that we collected in our platforms. I can talk about how it works here in Brazil because I'm from the latent team of the United States. I can explain with a lot of details how it works here in Brazil. But later I will find you and I can present you to my colleague that work specifically in this question in São Paulo, and he can help you with your doubts. And about this question of inclusion, it's very difficult to improve, to imagining these these possibilities if we just imagine. So it's a big challenge to think in inclusion when when the devices is a lot of, it's not affordable for everyone here in Brazil. But as I said in the beginning of our debate, the technology when it arrives, with times I believe that technology will be increasingly more accessible for everyone. For example, when computer arrived in Brazil for the first time, we asked it, we know that it's not going to be available for everyone. Until these days, there is this difficulty in the access of computers. So with time, we are going to be able to have more accessibility with technology. And when it arrives, it's important that we understand the opportunities and what is technology. And the part of the process is to how we protect the personal data. To improve this knowledge is a way to and now I'd like to ask very quickly to Marcela if you can talk a little bit about your experience with augmented reality as a bridge to have in technology with more immersion. Exactly. From all the technologies, the augmented reality, I think it is the most accessible one because today, or the majority at least, has its own device, has access to the Instagram, is an app that everyone works in their devices. They don't need to download it, and we as creators, we have this fight to bring the augmented reality as experience that is increasingly completed. We know that it's just the beginning to the metaverse, but we as creators, we need to transform these experiences through the Instagram camera to the environments of 30, 60 degrees with inserted 3D so people can have a little bit of these experiences. And we also try, as you said, to make more informative, to expand the information, not only the meta that has the freely course in Portuguese, from the basic to the advanced, but it's in Portuguese, and we want to try to expand information, this technology, so people can have access of it. And I want to complement a little bit more about the Metex Parks because Brazil, you guys rock. You are creators. You are very productive in the social medias. So it's not the consumption in Brazil. So Metaspark was translated 100% in Portuguese. If there's someone here in Brazil that wants to learn, that it doesn't have to pay to learn in these sectors, and you can become a creator of filters. So I just want to thank everyone for all the questions, for the time. I want to thank Oz, Alma, Larissa. So everyone, a round of applause for them. And before we end, I just want to take a step with you guys. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Thank you, guys. A great panel. Very interesting. A lot of questions. I think for us to reflect, to think of a lot of things that have to be done. It was very interesting. And the filters of Marcela, right? Yeah, very interesting. Maybe we have to do an event just for that.
Now we have the last panel, the last one. about women and technology. We're six of 50. So there are few people, few women in technology. But there are a lot of activities that want to insert women in technology. And what I think it is interesting about this is that there's an opportunity of work, of job opportunity. All my friends, just for you to know, some of you to know. Vamos mudar do inglês para o português e espanhol. Welcome everyone. Karina. Acho que a Desi is going to be connecting to us. Oscar with me. Thank you very much to. Não sei se vocês conseguem me escutar. Olá, como você está? Muito bom ver você. Estava aqui dizendo para meus amigos aqui.
Of your preference, let me ask you something. Do you want to go after Tanara? Because I know you're traveling and you had some time constraints.
I'm at the moment in the right grounded, but yes, so I'm happy to go after Tanara. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. And I was talking, estaba falando com os bolsistas a importância da oportunidade em trabalhos que têm relação com tecnologia para as mulheres. Eu sempre trato de pensar a coisa da uma perspectiva.
I think that is an opportunity for all the women to be training in technology. We have seen a lot of interesting presentations of metaverse, hearing these necessities, the demands in cybersecurity. So there is a lot of opportunities. So Donata, be welcome. We work with the back country. I would like that you could share your experiences that you work in your work, if you have any interesting experiences, and if you have a presentation you can share with us. So be welcome. I will talk in Portuguese.
First, I want to thank for the invitation. I got the information that this school is very good. It has a great quality. I'm very happy to be here, to be participating with very interesting people in the panel. I'm going to share a fast presentation just for you to see something more, some images of the work that we have been doing. I'm trying to share with you. We can. Okay. Are you all seeing the screen? Can you see the screen? Let me put in presentation mode here. So I'm going to be talking about the digital So, Cunhatão Digital is a project that we developed in Manaus. I'm the teacher of communication. Cunhatão is girl. So we use this term to improve, for us to balance the balance of gender. It is a project of a program called Digital Girls, Brazilian Society of Communication, that has projects all over Brazil. We started in 2015 with a group of girls participating in a hackathon, and they developed an app in Manaus. And after this, for 2014, 2015, we have founded the Cunhatão, Digital Cunhatão. So we started to do a lot of actions. And about the question that Olga has asked about people who are not in the centers, Manaus is not a big center. It is a regional city of north, capital with it is a capital that have financial conditions. We have 3 events like this. Taquatiara is a city that is 350 kilometers from Manaus. And we did an activity with teachers of public sector, with formation with students. This is the workshop we did in Manaus. The participation in Congress of Brazil, public communication, and the participation of students. This also will happen in next week. For us to talk to the girls that they should also participate and go to the exact areas. Some activities that we post on our Instagram, you can check it out. I'm going speed, not to take a lot of time. Just there are 2 courses of communication, and realize that after the foundation of Digital Cunhatão, there is an increase of women in these courses. It is a short decrease, but it is considerable. So there are videos, short videos on our YouTube that we have selected with girls of 9 and 12 years old. And they characterize themselves like a great researcher of science area. The idea is that this girl talks like a scientist, a child scientist. And with this, we take other children to identify with these videos. Here we did an example with the photos of the girls. And this one, the things we do on scroll programmation, ludic activities, this cipher of Cesar, it goes to see how cryptography works. We also do a lot of games. We also participate in a project with the lab of makers that we go to schools of high school and with boys and girls, and we have defined that it had to be with girls, the class, the girls that participated. And this is an overview. These are the photos. And you can check and know more about Kunatan in our Instagram and also on YouTube. You will see the videos and of Smart Girls, Garotas Pet, and other activities that we have been doing. So that's it. Thank you, Olga. An applause for Tamara. Thank you, Tamara. The activities are really focused in a specific area of Brazil, or and it can also be followed virtual or in other places. Are all they in Portuguese? The activities are in Portuguese. They happen in Amazonas during the pandemic. We did remote activities, so they could be accessed from all other places. So we have on YouTube the videos that have been spoken. But majority of the activities are face-to-face activities. So it's a talking, it's a direct relation with the students. We have also something that is called Super, if you can access. So it's super.fan.edu.br. It's a project that tries to reduce. We have an next specific project with women. We also have a design course, and we consider the arts part something really interesting and important in this scenario. So we have a lot of activities for girls that are in the course of technology of Amazona, for us to turn. We know that these girls are really low in the percentage, depending of the course. We have this percentage of girls, and I think that it's not only important for us to participate, but it's important for us to show them that they have to choose these girls, but you have to prepare an environment to receive these girls. So it is a very welcoming environment. It is not an aggressive environment. So we did this work also in university. Thank you, Tamara, and congratulations for the work you have been realizing to promote girls in technology.
Estou lembrando aqui, primeira vez, as minhas aulas, essas são NS, aí pessoalmente entendi como majoritariamente homem, não é participação com mulher, há muitas.
Identity Digital as sponsor to the school. Thanks to the sponsors, we can offer all the fellowships and all the activities that we give to the fellows. And welcome, Desiree.
Thank you, Olga, and thank you all for having me here today, even though I speak in English. And saludos a todos. It's rather be with you in Latin America, but it's also good to be here with you. As you have rightly pointed out, Olga, initially in the early days of technical organizations, including ICANN since 1998, there were quite a few women that were attending at least the governing body of the DNS industry, which is ICANN. And I'll say a few words, possibly how do I see it today, what are the opportunities to get involved, and where did we get to? So in terms of, many countries and regions have women in tech organizations and associations that provide networking opportunities, and they provide mentorship programs. And we have also heard some great results here from Tanara. And I think the process within ICANN has been a slow process, and but maybe my colleague Vanda will talk about one particular activity within ICANN that is a program to support women that come to their meetings is of significance. So while significant strides, have been made in recent years, there's still work to be done. The good news is that women in tech organizations are now in leadership positions. Maybe last year, I believe I was talking how we have Miriam Kune, who runs the whole RIPE community in Europe, and she serves on the board of the IETF LLC. Then we have other good examples within the IETF, like Alyssa Cooper and Miria Kunevel. Alyssa Cooper, yeah. But similarly, in ICANN, I was saying how we had a woman who was the first board chair in 1998 when the organization was set up, Esther Dyson. And since then, we waited a long time to have a board chair of ICANN, which is now Tripti Singh as of last year. And I was just saying that it's possibly that in ICANN, some of these changes take a slower pace than in other. And as of today, we have an interim CEO, Sally Costenton of ICANN. So there are many opportunities there, and places where women take leadership positions. They are chairs of supporting organizations, like from your region. We have Alejandra Reynoso as well from Guatemala, who chairs the CCTLD support organizations within ICANN. There are women who are in executive positions as ICANN staff. So I did say that when you ask me how do I see the role of women in DNS industry, you were asking me to paint a broader picture. Women are contributing to development of DNS protocols as well, looking at the security, because DNS is one of the very important infrastructure, and therefore they're contributed not only through the policy work and governance. They are present in the work of ICANN Corporation for our names and numbers, in other working groups, and in other advisory council, such as ALAC positions. So what I'm saying here really is that there are many women who are participating. There are many events, and if you are interested, there are opportunities to get involved in this if you're interested. And of course, it is up to you, who are listening now to the Internet Governance Call, to decide where do you see yourself fit. And it's important to say that even though you're not working in one of these technical institutions or that deal with resources of Internet, that you can still be part of Internet governance from the work that you've chosen to do, whether you are working in some other role and in some other industry. I think in the Internet governance and how it affects society and every other aspect of our lives is something that you may want to do alongside of your role, although if you do not work in these organizations. So I think that we have seen a big change, and this change has also changed the culture of the, for example, DNS industry as well, where women got into these leadership positions. They have brought in fresh perspectives. They are making cultural change to make it more open for others to participate in ICANN policy and development process. And there are plenty of work to be done there, including the international domain names work that is ongoing, including the ongoing work to look at new top-level domain names, and also to look at security and stability and scalability of the system. So whether you're an engineer or whether you're a lawyer or you work in marketing or any other form, I believe you're here because you're interested in the model of internet governance, and ICANN is one of these specific models that actually supports gender equality and multi-stakeholderism and involvement of all actors. So by principle, and it's open, transparent, and open to participation. I'm not saying there aren't any barriers to attend, for example, work of some working groups online or in person, but there are fellowship programs that would get you, for example, to an ICANN meeting that you could apply for through that fellowship program. And there are many online communities and forums as well and events. There is DNS, sometimes hackathon during the IETF, where you can get involved if you're an engineer and you're interested in a particular aspect. And you can form your own group, support group, and ask other people to join if you have a particular topic that you want to bring and things that are very important to you. I think that is why the process is very open. And so far, we have made some significant strides and changes in where we see women in leadership position, especially in the DNS industry, as I said, and already made some names. I would be open and actually mentioned some names, such as a new interim CEO of ICANN and a new board chair and all these other leadership positions that women have in the DNS industry. You can look at corporate partnerships between tech companies and DNS registrars such as name.com. And so I invite you to break down the barriers and to really make this a friendly and place where really women are seen as an inclusive part of the DNS environment. And we think we have achieved a lot. And I'm not saying that all the issues are done, but there's definitely room for some advocacy for diversity and inclusion. It never stops, and it's not given, and one always needs to remember to ask for it. So once you decide, you can do it. It's not impossible. I'll stop here and I would be happy to answer any questions anyone might have after as well.
Thank you, Desiree. I know it's a process. We have been going through this process all the years. I think we have improved. There is a lot to be done, but there are many opportunities. What I always try to tell the younger ladies is there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of demand for these careers in technology. So that's an opportunity for international careers, well paid in any country, very low regulated. There are some careers which are very regulated, like medicine or law, but this one's technology is less regulated and a high demand in every country. So thank you very much, Desiree. If you have to leave to take a plane or anything, just let us know, but if you can stay, that would be great. Maybe you have questions for us from the fellows. Agora vou falar em português, vou switch to português. Eu desejo falar com minha querida amiga Wanda, que ela tem uma experiência muito agora não me sale a palavra.
Longa tá bom.
Longa tá bom. Oi, Wanda, seja bem-vinda. A Wanda está em São Paulo, ela mora em São Paulo. Wanda tem uma experiência muito interessante na indústria da DNS. Ela foi membro da board da ICANN na minha primeira reunião da ICANN em 2006 em São Paulo. Wanda era participava no board da ICANN, é uma coisa muito relevante para a nossa região. Então, Wanda, até vários anos, ela é uma líder de uma atividade na ICANN que
An experience in ICANN that is called DNS Woman. I'd like Wanda to talk to us a little bit about what is DNS Woman and what do you do. Welcome, Wanda. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. This photo of a beach behind me is just to see the north part of Brazil, but in reality I'm in São Paulo. But I know a lot about Campina Grande. I really love this region. I love the city. It has great universities, but unfortunately I'm not there. But it's a pleasure to be here with you during this presentation. And for the question of women in DNS. I think I'm going to present with you. Okay, just share your screen with us. So I'm opening my slides to present the screen. I'm going to talk briefly about our history. We were few women, and these 5 women of a lot of regions around the world, they got united in that time. I wasn't born that time, and in the council of ICANN. And so we decided that it would be interesting to incentivize women to participate in ICANN, and not only in ICANN, but in industry of DNS, creating opportunities, connecting these women in an inspired and challenging way to them, for them to participate in this industry as executive of the area, and also to offer opportunities of work between these women in the various regions. So Cheryl, Carl, Leslie, and that time, Annalisa, that time, we have created a lot of questions, a lot of topics. A group, we registered the group today. It is an institute. And from that moment, we started our works. We started doing reunions to talk with the women during the meetings of ICANN to understand what were the difficulties, what were the easy things for us to do, what could we do to invite more women to this industry. There in that group, there are a lot of things, a lot of people, psychologists from the law side, law areas, marketing. It doesn't really matter what is your background, because in this area there is space, as like Desi has said, for all these capabilities and all these professions, all these jobs. So we started with that morning breakfast. Icon is found all around the world, and so on. We have made 24 events. We have 374 members, all in 69 countries. And we created the idea of chapters of group to maintain active in a lot of regions. Some projects that we've been developing. So there are chapters in Cookie Island, in Montevideo, in California, in Lima, in Peru, in São Paulo, in Sydney, in Washington D.C. And we are still growing. There are people making business in India, other African friends. We have a lot of things going on in this questions of the chapters. During that time, we did a lot of projects, created a lot of projects. Started obviously with the idea that we needed to create a project that could be shared to inform people, inform women in principle in the industry of DNS. So we started with simple things, with domain names and access providers, and creating conditions for those who are technical, who deal with technical things and internet. So this is a pack that we started to offer to permit that people more knowledge, and even those that were not involved in the technical area could participate financially in this sector. So we did advent the diverse legislations of Brazil. And other facts around the world. We did a study comparing the laws of protection of data and how they could be utilized, for example, in access providers and with the people that talk about personal data. And after that, we did another discussion about universal exception. Because even more, it is clear that principally in a world that is developing, the providers of access were not alerted to the fact that other scripts, other alphabets were being utilized as names of domains of highly level. So what would happen if someone would write an email to you using these, for example, Arabic, Chinese, and these names of high domain names, these languages, in these using these alphabets, it would be just thrown away. It would never reach you. I myself had this experience. So we started to see that it is interesting in a job with the access providers about this universal interaction for all the alphabets that are important for the inclusion of people. After that, we started to discuss within our group how to support the local initiatives. Every place, our culture has its specific domains. How we can support participating, doing presentations, incentivizing, going through documents. And for the last, a discussion started around a new round of names of domain that is going to be released in 2024, 2025. And we decided to do a discussion about how to get prepared to the business, because it was clear between 2012 that the South Hemisphere was practically abandoned by ICON in terms of participation because they weren't alerted to the opportunities of new domain names. So you would see, because today, if you look to it today, the participation of these countries that have been in development are few, and just few ones could have the chance to, let's say, a real success in this area. So it is important for us to talk and discuss about what to do to prepare better these countries in development, and primarily how to invite women to this area. Last year, we started with an idea of a colleague of us, a male colleague, and I think he works with Desiree. He had the idea that it would be important for us not to forget about the women on internet, the first women on internet. So we started to work on this aspect of lifting this history of women that start to discuss the internet, and many of them were totally forgotten. Now we were in Washington in our last event. Akati, a friend of us, a colleague from ICON from the United States, she has a book, Proven Ground, the name. So this is Akati. She has released this book there in our event in Washington in June, last June. And it is very interesting, this book, because in this book she tells about the first programmers, women programmers, that created the concept of programming there in the 50s. The releasing of the computer with that thing of programming, that was something unknown, but never their names were cited. And Akati rescued this, and she released this book in our event in Washington, D.C., now in June. Now coming back to the theme, this story about the women we started this year more seriously. We're creating criteria to put the strict in. It is going to go to our website. A new project is going to be presented in Hamburgo, where we don't have nothing about it. And it's going to be called Unlocking Domain Work. And who's going to present it to us is Natalia from Russia with Laura from Uruguay. Coming back to the photos, we have been doing a lot of events. This is just a few of them. Some events with the women in our events. And just now for me to finish it. Someone is interested in participating, I suggest that you start to participate in our section in Hamburgo now in October. Tuesday, day 24 of October. It is going to be in the schedule. It's going to be in the end of the day of the work of October. Tuesday, next Tuesday. If you want to be there, this is my contact. And if you want to be a member of DNS Women. It is free, totally free. It's free online or face to face. So this is totally free. Our web's www.dnswomen.org. You can register there. And if you want to know more information, you can enter in contact with me. My mail is my name, Wanda. .org. So I ask you to put the title DNS Women for not to get lost in the email box. So I consider myself a nerd, so I answer emails. I want to thank the opportunity. I have participated in a lot of South School on Internet Governance of Olga. That in reality, Olga is transforming the South School in the most relevant school that we have now. It started in Germany with both of them. But this now of our region, it became the most completed, a most completed concept of what is the school governance. So I want to thank not only the idea of treating about the gender topic in the school that I consider to be very important, but I also want to thank the idea of being talking and sharing with you a few of our experiences just to register how I am probably older than all of you. In the time that I studied engineering, there was no bathroom for women. So all of us went through difficult times, difficult problems, but we survived. And the others that are coming now. So I thank you. Thanks, Wanda. I'd like to congratulate you for all your work done to DNS women. I am a member. So it started with some people that wanted to do something there with a group of Mar del Plata. And after that, they get out of there and they did it. But it is important for Colombia to. So there are a lot of people around there that could, in Caribbean, they had interest, but it didn't continued. So there are a lot of activities that we lost with our daily activities. These things are really hard for it to keep continue with this, but we're fine. We are growing. We have new colleagues that are helping us a lot. So today, a lot of men that are having ideas, participate in suggesting new things. They are participating in our events. So we're feeling a lot of support in this area. Now with the opportunity of having a CEO and charge of Icon and both women, we're doing pretty well. And this year, I was in Uncom in groups of leaders of Icon. Next year, we come back. We'll come back to the male side. I'll be with him, and we'll continue. We'll keep the participation of women, and how much more women can participate. It is better for representativity. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wanda. Congratulations for your work.
about the numbers of women who work with cybersecurity in Latin America and Caribbean. Welcome. I hope to be in Buenos Aires as soon as possible. Thanks so much. Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. For a lot of years of capacity of studying to be prepared for this moment. It's a pleasure sharing information. And the headers onto the cybersecurity. I was working with Microsoft also and working in the capacitation of the women's capacitations to talk about the challenges we have and talk about the end challenges of distinct countries. Was the origin of this necessity to make this to be what is happening with the cybersecurity in Latin America. So we don't have the specific information set. So with this, we started to work to make this, to change this, to start to have these informations, to see the roles, the level of capacitation. We are studying a lot of things, but we're trying to focus in the cybersecurity. And we ask it to ourselves, what kind of certification that one will have? How they can make the one participation more normal. Are studying about the education of Peru, education of other country. Renata was working in Mexico. Gonzalo Rimes is the director of this program. Is make all the coordination. What is the positive? Make proportionate the informations to the women and make that information and make it and give it space to these women and their organizations. And where we can make and improve, where we can make better. So for this, we must analyze what is happening. The countries are participating are Argentina, Bolivia, Colombia, Costa Rica, Chile, España, El Salvador, y Guatemala, Honduras, México, Panamá, República Dominicana, and Uruguay also. Um, so I'm gonna tell about the numbers. But in 8 weeks, we have received 900 response about this, and the majority number was made by women. So basically, you must understand is how the organization works, what's happening. The informant gives our analysis, focus, and the project. One of the keys of this is the big techs must have the sector of cybersecurity, while the mediums and small companies don't give relevance to this. So most of 16% of the women works with cybersecurity. After that, of finish without an employer, with a job. So these companies, almost 17% of these companies need a program of inclusion, of gender diversification, and don't give the focus on cybersecurity. A lot of women of Latin America are women. And it's to just 25% is a low number. The results must be better with programs or public politics. And we must talk about the gender diversification. And must talk about the cybersecurity in the region. And, and see strategy makes the participation of these minority groups. So that's why I make an invitation for all of you to follow us in your social medias, share the information. We are very happy to be here. Everything is able for any question. The study is still open or it's finished. How you can participate of this? You can make a consultation, can see this, and the results. Wow, I can tell you. The numbers are close, and the number I told you, it's the number have participated of this, but we have finished this. And in October, we're gonna present the result. Thanks so much. We have questions. Well, yes, we have a question. Talking your language, the language you wish.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to thank the Karina Olga, and I did not present good last time. My name's Sheila, Doctor in Science Computer, Secretary of Education in Paraíba, and I'm a teacher of Pernambuco. This presentation with all these names are just to talk about how I feel the impacts of gender in the area computing since graduation till now as a student, as a teacher, and also working in this area. So I thank you, and I thank you because thank you for talking about these questions and bringing out results and inviting us to be participating in these groups. I'd like to talk to teacher Tanara. I've heard about a lot about her because I go to Human, an event that happens all years, and she must know teacher Vanessa from UFPB. Teacher Oscar asked about Conectando Digital, if it goes to the others. And I remember that there are similar programs to it, and it is a precursor and has, in Pernambuco we have a lot, at Girls na UFPB, Tomalene Stack in West, João Pessoa, we have Saint in UFPF, all of them with this characteristics of maintaining girls in the course of technology and computing, majority are composed by men. When we talk about this, we're being all the cultural aspects. And the university is an environment very challenging. So I'd like to thank you and these groups make all difference. I had this in graduation. I was talking to a friend of mine about how this makes the difference in our career journey. So I'd like to ask you a question. It's a curiosity that it's about post-pandemic. We have a lot of researchers about, in terms of numbers, of the growing of participation in women and all these things you've been talking about. I know that the pandemic brought some people to technological course. I'd like to know that this new demand, it, it it's about what is being talking about gender, or are these people that have come now are just in the things that we already know? So that's the question. Is there any difference in before the pandemic and after pandemic about gender? I'd like to ask Nanara where we can find mapping about these groups about. I'd like to know also where do they work and if it exists in a way that is easy for us to have access. Hello. First, I want to thank the panel. Is the translation working for you? I'm Laura Pereira, de Social CG. I'm a search about the internet governance. First, I want to thank for the panel and congratulate for the positions. I think it's really interesting for us to finish the school with this discussion. And I even invited our colleagues to think along the week about the differences, about the quantity of men and women that ask for the microphone to ask questions. I think we feel a little insecure and uncomfortable along all of our presence in the ecosystem. It is not different in this position of talking in public. Uh, haven't been talking about this. I want to ask the following question. We know that the ecosystem of the governance of internet it is constructed in multi-sectorialism of the different sectors. With the passage of time, some sectors were better embodied of gender, of age, principally about the youth. I would like to invite you to share a little bit about the experience you have with this ecosystem, about how was constructed this space for women in diversity in multi-sectorial spaces. So with this section, with this question I finish my question.
Big hug. Congratulations for what you have explained, how you Olga has talking about. In all classes, you will have participated effectively. So that's what is changing. Thank for you. It's more inclusive. My question is, Carol. I would like to the you have talked about Monterrey has included the government, telecoms or distinct areas can be the companies of the government has participated actively in this on the only the methodologies and talking about and make mention to exist multiply initiatives in Latinos and we Latinos don't have the vision of this. Well, nobody gave me a proposal. As a woman, as a cyber woman, and never I present everyone, but for this prime, where he served this prime in 2019. It was just the first time, and it was the first time a South African as a Latino has received this prize. And we all we must support each other. We must support us. We must support this because the mundial initiatives are happening. Thank you. No more questions? Yeah, that's it. Eu sou de Uruguai, Diego de Uruguai, de public politics. I would like to know what you have some information to share about the participation of the women in the vital species. Talking about Uruguay, have some proposal of education, has more quantity of women participating. I would like to know. You have more information to give it to us. Thank you. If you can contest it to Karina, who want to know.
First, thank you for the questions. About the question of Sheila. In fact, it is not easy to be in an environment majority composed by male in a patriarchal society. That hardly women are respected as they should. He brought Ichi that it's an activity that social Brazilian communication during our Congress. We have almost 20 years of Ichi, 20 years of digital girls. But even though, if we look to communication society, this is the second time we have a president that is a woman. And she is from Paraíba, Professor Batista, but she is born in João Pessoa. And after 16 years of the second president, so in fact, we still have a long journey to take. In relation to the pandemic, what we know and what some researchers says, it affected more the women than the men. Take the account. We have a provision before the pandemic of 100 years for us to have equity between men and women. But after the pandemic, this number has changed for us to have equality between men and women. Sheila has asked also about where can we find the projects. I talked about Meninas Digitais of Professor Vanessa. They are part of a great program that are called Meninas Digitais, and in the pages meninas.usbc.or.br, we can find the distribution in Brazil, how many persons are involved in this, how many programs. This is a very interesting initiative because each one of these programs, they have autonomy. So there's not a model. Each institution, each place uses its place according to their own characteristics of the region. Now, talking a little bit about the governance of the internet and the participants of gender in participation of the internet. I think that it is not different from the evaluation I did on SBC. I think every day we are conquering new space, but it is still very hard. We in CGI we have created a GT, gender diversity, a group of work that has some initiatives, both in the part of gender and race and the black people, Native Americans have created this GT. We have a schedule that was defined with challenges to increase the inclusion in the governance of internet. And we have 3 publications of women. The 2 first, the last one we opened, go for the ones that didn't have resources to write the articles and publications. What was important that we have these 3 publishing articles, topics that we have a lot of information about women in TICs of a lot of different areas. So answering to the past question of Uruguay, but in answer to him, we have some researchers about women occupying digital spaces. And we also have SSIG.br that has a lot of researchers, TIC kids, and there is always the gender speech in this research. So that's it. Thank you for this space. Congratulations to the event, and thanks to all of you who are watching the South School on Internet Governance, and hope you can engage more and more in these spaces of governance. Thank you. Karina, do you have any comments?
If you have most perspective of women in cybersecurity, if you are doing something to make more inclusion of women in this area, but I'm gonna speak a general way about this. And yes, we see a growing up in this. It's not a high level of percentage, but it's something about the methodology. What we have done, it's search as distinctive institutions, and any institution give the information. And with this, we can take all the updates of data and make indication of where can the information of which where. What situations of capacitations? A degree career, or kind of certifications, what kind of certifications has. If we have some reference to older people, no specifically. But we make something to the technical capacitations. So that's it. Can I give you additional Can I give additional information? We just the director of ABIS is the association, Brazilian Association of Software software business. We have a think tank where we make adaptations of the developers of the universities here in Brazil to have the academic vision of about cybersecurity, about the EA, etc. So you can contact me if you want, and I can put the information in the tables. I can present these developers in contact with of the our coordinator of the think tank. It's a really good, interesting opportunity to participate of the woman participations. We have some, but this is important to have an answer. Thanks so much. Thanks so much to all of you.
Bye bye. Before we go, we have lunch, my dear friends. Two brief moments, but important for us to message to mark. We have here a result of this week of work. Actually, these are 8 months of work and this intense week. The manifested interest of the government of Campina Grande and continue to develop the work together with CCAT, together with the Society of Inclusion. And in this way, I'd like to ask Secretary Larissa Almeida presenting to make the signature of an according of cooperation of more results in this week. Welcome, Larissa. And we hope that this moment have good things for the future. I think we in this week have talked a lot about important actions. It is important for us to keep watching an action that the city is developing, that we need to give people more voice. The digital literacy, as cited by Lucas, that I participated here yesterday. We do letters here in Campina Grande with the old public. And I think this educational work that the school promotes, we do that are here, and with those who follow us in a remote way, and in their ways, in their communities, can apply this knowledge. And I think this is the most interesting that stays. And everything that we have been talking about, the inclusion and making internet cheap, and the models you have applied in that we already have projects. The example of Argentina, that the work of Olga and Adrian is always with Oscar as the great president, the president of that president. So they could in north of Argentina to make internet cheaper in 300%. So there's something that we can learn and we can look to find and bring it to Campina Grande as a reference for us to here in the city to apply it. So they're the good examples of what we have of innovations around the world to bring to our city the innovations for Campina, an example to the north, for us to be the first, based on the models that we're bringing here to this event. So we can apply a different model with cheaper internet in the city if God wants. We work a lot to do it. So there's a model that they have developed in Argentina that there's not public resources between the companies, and the companies are gaining a lot with this. So it is very important for us to do this. And I thank you a lot, Claudio, for your effort, your determination. 10 years ago, you started talking about this, and you brought this now. And I know it's not easy to bring this and to continue with this event, a marathon of 1 week, of intense week of speakers and receiving people and promoting a good experience to you all in here in the city of Campina Grande, for you to have more willing to come here to Brazil in Campina Grande, and who knows if we are gonna earn new citizens. So remote working on a computer can work all over the place, all over our places, and Paraíba can earn, of course, more citizens because of this event. So be welcome all, always, and come back the next year here to Campina Grande. Thank you, Larissa. Would you like to say some words? Well, we will have a great group, okay, that we treat about a better life and that about the future.
I don't have a word to say. Work together with Campina Grande, make better the situation of the connectivities and the access of the same. So better can be. Thank you. You are really able, kind people. I thank you.
So let's sign out the term. So we have more surprises here. As good citizens of Campina Grande. Okay. For you to come back more and more to Campina Grande. And to our teacher, Olga. Matuto Kit. Or to come back more and more times here in our city, being happy and proving our best years. Thank you very much, Secretary Larissa. You can sit just a little. Just one more gift. So, so I think this moment, especially the camera of, so they were all the time here. So we know how. So when we see the great importance of our event and the persecution of this event can have to Campina Grande, three of our main participants. I would like to tell you a little story about. First, the story is about someone who could not be here today. The present, that first of all, Henrique de Souza. He was all the week with you. First of all, he's a physicist of innovation. He has with is dealing with a lot of important topics. The installation of a great thing. First of all, he's a maker. And when I say this, it is because we saw this last Thursday. It was a holiday. One of the transmissions were not in the ones that are used by the transmissions. And first of all, made the aerials. Like, first of all, he's certainly a great activist of connection here in Brazil. It's an era of connection. Has a lot to do with who he is and as an activist, as a person of great importance, politician importance here in Campina Grande. So an applause to him. The Vice President of our House, Vereadora, is here. Claim to, so good to come here. Important person is not here to receive you today, but we have a register of the applauses. I would like to extend these applauses. So I have 12 years that I've been talking about this topic since the first time. So this person as a positive energy, always, and along with these 10 years, are being next to this energy, this positive energy of a person, being revealed as a great admiration, as the position of leadership with respect to the community. Oscar Messano has 37 years of dedication to this topic. It is a lot more than you are of age. And all these years, he conquered respect of a lot of entities. 11 years of LACNIC. Oscar is actually Selata, an organization that he is in. The Center of Capacitation Stel that gets in other organs. So he's the conductor of the conversation of Ministry of Communication. And this position puts us in a situation of great honor to have you here. And we recognizing our effort to share this dissemination. Along these 12 years has more energy than a lot of our colleagues in this area. And this work is, we need to recognize, to acknowledge the city of Campina Grande, make this acknowledge with an applause. to Vice President gives you now. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like first to justify why the president is not here, Mariano Cardoso. Claudio has already said about his history. So, Claudio, I'd like to thank you first for the invitation for bringing to Campina Grande, a city of North. It is the city most innovative city of the North. I know it because of this. I know that Campina has hugged this idea, accepted this idea. I know it is very hard, but an acknowledgement for what has been done here. You all know that what happens behind the scenes, but a lot of people are taking advantages of this very productive week. I'd like to hear applauses as a recognition for Oscar Tuohe's journey and for being here with us today in the last day. I don't know if you want to say some words, Oscar. Thank you for these words. I was not hoping for it, waiting for it. I mean, thank you very much. So the son of Percival is here. Marvin is the son of Percival. It is important in this symbolic moment for him to come here. Please, Mark, could you come here to the floor? So pass to your father, Percival, for all the history, for the greatness that she could share with us this week. I know that he's not here today, but he's well represented by you here. I want to thank you in the name of my father. I also believe that he is a great contributor of as a president of the digital inclusion. He has good values and a great faith that we can unite this universe, that you can turn it into a better place. And his gratitude, my gratitude to be receiving this award in his name. I'm going to pass it to him. Thank you all. Thank you, Marvin. And the greeting that was celebrated is going to be celebrated, the Association of Digital Inclusion, because we have similar interests and the work done together. And to finish, these of a person has conquered the admiration of all of you, Olga, is a person that is in history, that it was told you. She has a lot of people talking about these initial chapters, and Olga was there. And this history is for that already know about it, about the internet governance. It is interesting for you to know the faces behind these speeches, behind these stories, and Olga is one of the most important of them. congratulations for this presence of yours in the scenario, and he's still working with nationals. So this is not simple. This is not simple attributions. And even though she dedicated to a lot of other topics, I'm really glad to finish this topics of gender, because this is the first time I thought about when I first thought of inviting Olga. It is because of her position about this topic, and I remember that, for example, in my classroom of communication, there were just only 4 girls of 22 boys. It was obvious the difference of opportunities, and Olga is helping a lot to build with great capability, with great ability, with great caring, not only for us to fight for these topics. And I found this is very important, and I feel really contemplated, reconstructed by your talking. With the great things that Olga does, forming people, she always fights. So the school has 15 years here in Campina, so it is a great mark. So there's some places this it is hard to thank him in words, but a piece of this gratitude to you that Campina does it through our vice president. Thank you very much. Olga, you don't know how I'm glad when I first came here and I saw you. And my interest, I saw that it was about, the topic was about women in spaces of power. That's what we are doing here. I can see the public here, and it is almost balanced, 3 boys and 3 girls. And I want to say that I feel represented by you in this great digital world. It is always a satisfaction to be women in spaces of power, because when we go for something, we really do a lot of effort, and I see you're caring for others and the way you speak, and I feel really represented by you. So receive this, and I feel honored to give you this. Olga, are you going to say some words now? There are a lot of things for me to say. Thank you for your words. I always look for the balance. It is not easy. One of the most hard things in life is balance. So, this thing about gender balance, I think balance is when they are all together. Women, men, old, new, young. I always looked for this, so thank you for your words that really represents my feelings. To bring school here was something that we've been talking about with Claudio a lot of times and many years. I would like also to thank Larissa, that was fundamental to concrete this. And than 1 year ago. He looked for me and he so he had also support from the city, from the government, the state of Paraíba, and all the colleagues here. I'd like to thank all here that worked hardly, because a hybrid thing is something really hard for you who build the event, and with remote participation, but now it has to be made in a hybrid, and it's very complex without the support of all the techniques. I don't know, no, Lucas and all the others. The translations that are doing a very wonderful work. This is very challenging. Yeah. You say speak fast and the speaker speak slow and the speaker speak fast, but it is a very good challenge. So you're doing a very good work. All the fellowships that are here. There's a person that Adrian, he does a lot of things. All the payment on all the other things. All that is behind of my work. My focus is to work in the program and with the organization that are with us. But he earned the resources for it to be possible. It is an effort that must be renewed, and he does this thing that we don't see, but we see in the results. But I'm really grateful to the local community. I love to do this. I was born in a small city in Argentina, and I like to go to, for example, Buenos Aires. It is the city of my life. I live. My children were born there, but I love to go to great cities in other places to understand the modernity, the culture of the other cities. So it's the first school in a small out of the great capitals. So thank you very much. Thank you for your agenda dedicated for us. Transmit please to the president that we felt we miss his presence here. Let's go to lunch now. For us to come back later. No, I'm sorry.
Was tough, but we try to do our best. Yes, recognizing it's really an honor and give more energy to keep going. Again, thank you very much. Thank you everyone. All technical team, everyone for our support. Without this support, we can do it. This possible. And thanks so much. Thanks so much for everyone. I'd like to say the fellows because I think everyone's hungry.
I'd like to thank because you have told us, for example, the things that did, were not working well, and we don't do this every day, so it is something it is something really difficult. So receiving new hotels, it is not simple. So there are always failures, errors, but there are ways that we can notice and correct these things. And we are always working a lot. So the way you talk to us makes all difference in a daily basis. So you can we love that you were really educated, really cooperative. We're really glad the way you all chose to talk to us about the things that were not working very well, and it is something really good to us. So I hope Campina Grande has made something really important for you during these events.
Primeiro ela vai fazer a montagem do nosso. É porque a gente tá conversando sobre música aqui na academia, que é muito aleatório. Aí chega uma hora do dia que começa a tocar a música do rock, falando, fazer 10 repetições de vai se tratar, garoto. Aí é 5 repetições aqui, é só botada. E Felipe tava fazendo as danças lá e tá perguntando. Fazer o reverse. Melhor. O malandro parece um jogador. TikTok. Vai pedir. Aquela sessão. All South School of Governance.
Ai, meu Deus. The last one.
Hear me? Hello. Take a seat.
The technology that we use today for computers, tablets, and smartphones is mostly based in the technology that was developed in the 50s. I don't know how to speak in Portuguese, but we talk about the use of microchips and very small circuits made out of silicon, which is basically sand in Portuguese, ou areia. And now we're getting into the limit of the size, but mostly the size of the chips. When we talk about quantum computer, this is actually going to improve immensely the capacity of computers. I'm not going to tell you it's going to be bad, but this is going to be very challenging for cybersecurity. And everything, well, what we already have developed for this capacity with encryption, a new computer can break this encryption in seconds. Because this capacity is going to be so much bigger. So this is a very important aspect. This presentation is so you can keep thinking about this for the next few years. We don't have quantum computers in our houses yet, but maybe in the near future. I don't know if we already have quantum computers in Latin America, but they have a large capacity of processing. What we use today is from the 50s, and quantum computer is completely different. So Oscar, you're the only one here. Do you want me to hand you the microphone? Thank you. Some of you asked me about quantum computers. And if you're interested, I have lots of presentations that were made in Argentina with encryption.
Good afternoon, everyone. Some years ago, this Brazilian explained me the secret to talking in public. The first one, talk, I to can hear you, must speak clearly, to be completed, to speak low, to receive the applause. I have a problem with the second step. Speak clearly, it's okay, but in Spanish. Sorry, man. I'm gonna speak Spanish. The topic of today is about information technology. When I talk about technology, it's about data and technology in general. It's about the computation and all we have with this and what we have to do, what do we do with this. I have been in event to understand in the last year to understand what is happening now and what we're gonna have happen in the future. We're gonna see a little presentation. This is the past. This is published by NASA in the last week. Image of our galaxy. This is 460 millions of years ago. Now the astronomics, what I do with this, gonna have information about 460,000 millions years ago, and with this image, they can study what happened in the past, how the galaxies are created, the secrets of our universe, how the studies can help me understand how our galaxy what are gonna be about our galaxy in the future. I hope you can walk in there, space, to have an idea. For example, what happened with the information. Some years when the networks has started to appear, the exchange of information. The new product of the world was the information, was marketing, was a market. Just like the oil was black gold, and who has the access to information can be big business, a good business. Let's talk about today. And today we have an overdose of information to normal humans. You can analyze, you can make analyzations, but all of the day they are changed. And more information, the only one can process this are the same make the low process of the information. We do what we can do. We are just humans to access the information. Also has information on it's a point can give you the condition of 2 years. The second, please. Do you remember when we read books in this time? Was fiction books for Julio Verne was one of these writers. He made the travel around the world in 18 days, 80 days, from the world to the moon. The imagination of this man was extraordinary to make the synthesis of this. And also we have Isaac Asimov, also a genius. He was the creator of the robotic law. The first law, a robot don't gonna make damage a human. Need for inaction gonna give permission to a human be hurt. The second law, a robot must comply the orders received by the humans, exception if the orders make confliction with the first. And the third one, a robot may protect the existence and this protection. And must work with the first one, the second one. If the politics must do done this kind of law, take many years to create this. This was a book of a robot book, and after this, they made a movie about this. The next one, please. Hair batteries and the war. I put the most important book of anyone. Machine Chronicles and Illustrated Man. Our society, living in Mars. If he was in Mars, he could see what has in Mars. He's not kind of man because has all the body tattooed. He has tattoos around his body. We know a lot of people has their bodies with a lot of tattoos. This man must be examined by your time. And Clark, he must one of the most popular movies, the 2001 Space Odyssey. The spaceship is smart. He told in 1964 the computer is gonna be smart, and look now what's happening. This was my scientific. So that's why NASA not make a prestige to Mark because he did this in the past. So he has helped you with to understand this. Another one. What is the cinematography after the books? The directors. He fabricated a lot of monsters, then can do it. This was growing up and gave a condition to our society. To to all the aliens are bad, but we don't know if they are or not. The next one. Well, well, as you know, the Terminator. This is the EA Skynet. Just how you know, it's not bad. It's just like Skynet the villain, and Domain the robot. That's what we're discussing today. We're talking about the EA gonna grow up and they're gonna control the robots and gonna dominate the society. That's what we're talking about around the networks. What is the EA? Has a point of view, can be good or evil. Well, it's about what we do with the technology, how you can make the management of the technology. So let's come back to the past to see something was it was important to humanity. I know to see the saloon it has nobody. Oh, this is chat. You know where is this? That's what we made promotion of the movies. It has to have consent. And in a month, this discussion, around 6 million people are talking about this. Has some publication of the last week of a lot of people, thousand millions of people don't have internet. All the rest was talking about the chat GPT, and all are shocked at what the chat can do. So I'm gonna talk about what I said before. Oh, something good. Go ahead. No one of you was being in this moment in the explosion of the atomic bomb in Hiroshima, Nagasaki, 1945. What happening with this? Has a lot of repercussions of the poor Japanese people. The country has fabricated this bomb was USA. As the domain under the atomic energy was one of the most biggest in countries. And after this, a lot of countries have started to make the same thing to the development and use the the atomic energy. And after that, they started the Cold War. The fight was between US, and Soviet Union and USA. And we told them we're gonna have an atomic war and the war is gonna disappear. It was a dream, a nightmare. There's one thing has changed all of this. I'm sorry. With this fear, the Russians has built underground bunkers, and right now are subway stations, and they build the bunkers if can have atomic attack. The Americans, with your commercial parts, has made a bunker industry to a lot of people, too many years, all kinds of bunkers. But everybody has the fear because you never know how gonna when come start a war, an atomic war. You come back, and no one was outside of this. This is a spy flight U-2, has cameras, can record and take photos. High and he was under Cuba, flying in Cuba, was created a launch zone of missiles, and with this has a movement, interesting movement about this team. Why this for this market commerce ships came from Russia, and the people thought it can be attacking ships. And USA told to Cuba the ships can pass because if they pass, they're gonna attack Cuba. A few weeks waiting if they press or not the button. What happened? The ships come back. The result of this was created the red phone. You have a listen. Was a phone was connected directly from Washington to Cuba for many reasons. To talk about a problem, to declare the war. So also the next. The telephone was not black, was not red, was a telex. Yeah, always told was not a button. It's not just like the movies. What is right? These shows and they were taking care of our countries, of the governments. That's what we must think about in EA when we talk about EA. What it can do, what it can make. A regional society, certain point. I'm talking this about because some people think the EA gonna be an enemy in the future. What are left to us the nuclear development, the nuclear medicine, the nuclear energy, is the principal one, the most important of happening in the society in the last years. Internet is a result of the Cold War. We have heard a lot. I'm gonna make a resume of this. So, of the case, the nuclear energy has created the atomic bombs. Was 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 a good thing to society in 3 points. When we are in the World War, what problems has the the atomic bombs has a sub product. It's not need the explosion, need the radiation. As a third thing, it's a thing called electron pulse. Don't kill anyone, but don't kill the electronic devices. Burn off the radios, everything. If you have a bomb drop, fear of the first one receive the country stay blind and deaf and can say nothing and do nothing. DARPA is the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. Try to create a network can support a nuclear explosion. That's what they are developing. That solution, it's called internet. For that reason, internet exists, was created. There's a network as can support a nuclear explosion. But now, you understand? The cables are not good, and they don't support the electronic pulse. The thing was, if today we have look this just like a joke. If a bomb drop by 5 kilometers at the 10 kilometers, a lot of people using mobiles, computers, other thing. They could send the firefighters, policies to respond to these attacks. So far, that's what we need. That's what happened, and that's the result. That's the internet network. All of you made part of this. The mobile has more of 50 sensors. Many times are more than a computer. One more. It's just a theoretic. No one has made the test. This is a nuclear explosion by 4,050 kilometers. That's what happened if the explosion happens. You see, what is the electronic pulse that's using of some kinds of weapons. These four characters are created in internet. Receiving the prize award of studios in Spain. A panel was one of the first networks of transmission of data on the internet. Tony Robert has developed have created the TSPE. Larry has developed the WWW. Tim Berners, and that's what we use for everything. One more, and has come in the future. Is coming in the future. Future, is. It's not that word. It's made by three things: the robot, the EA, and the quantum computation. They are the three technologies, and gonna follow us day by day, hour by hour. And I know you know all of this, and and others. The robots, the oldest, and everyone knows what is this going on. Next, we have two examples. An industrial robot has little bigs. This is a robot is looking herself in the mirror, and he's terrified with this, and can be with two examples, and today is working. One more. This is one has a problem. The company of this was a Tang Yu, the director executive of this company. And the problem is this executive director is a robot. And the truth is too hard to check and the information came from China. We don't know if you are fake or not. Is this real? We have a foundation in this. And more of 50 robots are present in the United Nations. With the creators are making these demonstrations to the people who are born this era in the robot era. and all actions can be used to the society. And this is today. When United Nations receive the creators of the robots, that's because it has something to do. One more. Our friend, the General Secretary of Information and Telecommunication, the Geneva meeting was a robot with the programmer, the creators, to say hi to everyone in the meeting. The robot was told, if you think robot is something from the future, no, this is today. This change with the EA, so well, I finished. We know, can be just like this. One more. The quantum computation is another element of this. All of the PCs work with bits. The bits has two possibilities. Can be paid or not. 0, 1, 1, 0. Yes or no. Them is the same. Has different ways. This is a possibility to have a bit and working because the computers has a high velocity to make the process. The solution the bits, and you can see the result you see every time in your machines. The quantic machines they don't work. Has something called qubits. It's based in well, I don't remember. Is quantum engineer is quantum critical. Thank you. Is in quantum physics. It's really hard, and they work with bit and cubics. Qubits. The qubits, different from bits, has three options. It has yes or no, just like bits. The difference is be translated normal level, just like we see a picture paint, me like or not, or less, and the cooks more or less is use yes or no, or can the quantum computation this can resolve your process statistics, operating, I believe, of 78% of this work. It's okay. If it's okay, I keep going or not, I stop. Translated to explain what is a computer. The result is this. And for this, we have a lot of details. What have a normal computer, but I'll talk this later. For another side, for this moment, are really complex and really expensive, and need a special ambient to work with this. It has some problem with the quantum physics. If you don't see the results that change, I don't know if you understand. The computer has his result change. It's a complex thing of of the quantum compute. That's something I have heard has a possibility to keep this. It's just like this. One more, please. Some examples of the quantum computers was the first one was built in Israel. You can see off the size. One more. This is the computer of IBM. This is the most one you know. One more. This is the computer of Sycamore, the computer Google. One more. This is Azure Quantum work with Microsoft. One can run this. You can work with these computers, and they give it for $500 to pay the rent. So you can call Microsoft to use. This is Canadian enterprise. That's what I don't say before. They had all of these work of cubics. When you have more cubics, more is the power of the resolution the machine has. That has 5,000 cubics. The China says there is more 10,000 cubics, but that information we can check is true or not. One more. This is the China computer. It's 66 cubics and 10 millions times more faster than cubic. This is a fight of I think this is a fight between the companies. Why do we use the computers? Who use this? The governments, the armies, the intelligence service, the companies, the universities. The three first one the gun are using. We don't know how much cubics has without that, but no. One more. And finally, the artificial intelligence, the AA. AI. One more. This is the Watson computer. It's the IBM computer. It's not a computer. It's a program. It can be used. You can work in Watson. Has 2018 8 new cores of processing and 15 terabytes of RAM and 8 teraflops per second. It use more 100 algorithms at the same time and can analyze more 200 millions pages in 3 seconds. That's how they works. And what we don't know, don't have a mandate, dates, don't have many information. He can do? We just don't know what he can do now. What he's able to do. You just can do what is about our reality. Well, this is a paradigm of the past and the future. I hope you understand and they can make the questions. Thank you. Well, hello, Oscar. It's a pleasure to be here. I have a lot of admiration for you. I'm from the other side of the table, the technical part, but I have worked with this. We have talk a lot about in these schools our passion with EA, my point of view, my biggest fear It's not the EA, is the quantum computations, the cubics. It's a statics that's most probable than bits. How you know the protections of the EA are rules, but in the codes they say are rules of protections to don't make wrong things. What gave the safety, the quantum computation with EA and some of the cubics for some statistic. One of the bits was changed, and the machines think, well, they wrote this, told this, and the statistic told this, and I make the exchange, and all the thing can exchange. What do you think about this? We don't have experience in this, so it's really hard to think this kind of things. So think no EA, but the quantum computer. What I could say is all of you, you can make publics. Don't make secrets. Secret keys. For now, I don't see future in this opportunity. I have a device and don't appear in the presentation and can confirm what I'm talking about and don't confirm it's anything. I'm gonna talk without showing. One of the most big banks in the is HVC. It's a global bank. Has made a contract with Toshiba and another big company, and all their network pass by blockchain and quantum computers because they see they they have seen the keys and the clients are has no protections with the normal technology and what we have today, and we from APN we are normal people, and you can see how you are. See if a bank is in dangers, and if you're making public information, and everything is public, and if it's not public, don't show in any place. I have experience. The deputy of my country was taking a base databases. When there's base data, it was developed that we saw something wrong. So tell me how I can build the private was sensible. How you can do this? Has nothing to do. When I don't have nothing to do, I take myself this. I don't write this in any place. I don't tell to anyone. So we can have a secret. Have a secret because it's public. I take a job to because there's how many times to be on table. They film sometimes, and I'm underground. They know when I exit, which time I was doing normal things. Then don't. Someone knows everything about my life, where I have been. And that's dumb. I don't care this. I can delete this. But sometimes they put in place I don't have been, and then think they are public person. The public politics are the public, and now we are the public people. A lot of chambers has policia. The policies are recorded all the time, and that's it. Well, the quantum computation has the problem about the security keys. A lot of millions of pages pass by minutes, by seconds. How you can do this is a normal PC? I don't know. I put myself in the place of I was an engineer, boss of a quantum computing. What I do, I told it to my crew. We have a key, encryption key is broken. And say, oh look, we have 7,000 bits. I can't hear you to anyone. So now to see who has developed something before, like this. Anyway, I can see for one that works. And well, I think all the engineers working the quantum computers and see this the capacity of the PC of and execute the keys. That's why the engineers want to know. Yes, don't worry, publics, don't worry. Let's go in, Oscar. This I have a question because they have the technology has grown up in this or the way of growing up to make it the way of expansion to make transversal the relation with the scientific competition with the artificial intelligence have been there the rest my colleagues are lawyers just like me. You can feel older just like the engineers have growing up. Is protect the citizens. Do you believe the advance and the replications of the technology of the quantum computation, the internet advance make the lawyers has a change of route the way they make his work to protect people when really don't have ways to make this for the technology infrastructure. I thank you. Well, no. What I believe is what we have changed the tools, right? Hmm. You use ChatGPT, so you can see. Well, someone gonna fire me, but he used me too. So the problem is, none of the people are disposed to make a technology change. Because the first one you make a proof of chat to the we have born in transitory area, and that was really and wow, this is scary, but we just know right now, and the professions must think how gonna live together with this technology. The reality is the job's gonna disappear. It's gonna happen tomorrow. Don't worry. Tomorrow everyone has got a job. They want it's one thing. But nothing around. You can't work anymore. And well, I don't know. I think home. I go to the beach. How I gonna live? How I gonna eat? The principal problem it's the solve of this don't have the companies, has the governments, and that goes to find smart governments to think about the solves of these problems. The quantity of people don't gonna have a job. Thinking a country has a history about this and has second term and works and can tell. I want to quickly ask my job tomorrow because I don't want to work right now. You have the subsidies. I can live a good life and have the capacity, the I don't know why the governments use this and the society can use this. We are advancing with this. Why? If you don't want to work, okay. The system of the volunteer accident from job. If they my country has millions of databases. No, it's not just leads. We are responsible with this. But what I think we must do is to treat, to use all the technologies to our favor. And what I want to do, that's what I think. Someone else.
I'm going to speak Portuguese. The presentation, the talk was fantastic. About the contextualization, the history of how we get here into the internet that we have today. We are living a very similar context. And we have a very polarized global context. And even though we have countries that do possess nuclear weapons, we don't have an imminent war. Now the polarization is more economical and political. The internet was the result of the Cold War. Now we have the internet ecosystem. And we also have a development process within this trilogy that you presented, the quantum computers, AI, and robotics. Within this context, where we have this ecosystem and these disputes within this trilogy, the process capacity and problem solving with robotics and AI. How do you understand, based on your experience, what would you say would be the guidelines? What would be the guidelines for us to develop an internet with all of these resources that use this platform in a way that's also sustainable?
How you can use the technology to make sustainability with the technology inside of geopolitical scenario, and how to make this sustainable inside of the ecosystem, the polarization of this scenario for political polarization. Well, you can take experience for something is old internet. Pay attention. Any country in the world could cut, and don't use the atomic bomb to cut off. Why you can't cut it off? Because it's essential for them, for the politics, really essential. So has auto defense, the technology, auto defense to the politics, has this necessity to use the technology already. Well, the experience I know of cut was in Egypt, and it was one day. And you know why? Look, be honest. It was one day, and the next day I don't know how what this all of the people I said we can must the internet must can come back because the people can stay without the internet. After this was the we call the human resistance. What I think this is what I feel say and think and call the people back the people so hook bank and somewhere tomorrow you make a less transfer of the 2,000 millions of dollars you have. I can do it. Why not? Because I have to make the Swift network is a bank network, make the bank carries transfers, and they say why? Because everything is the Swift internet, and you can delete this, and you can make the configuration of this, and well, let's do before internet, and do by internet because they don't cut off. Let's see how you can fix this. You call the secretary. The people can stay without internet. It's advertisers can do. The banker said the world can live without internet because they place just like China, Cuba. They use internet bus fix and things. Wow. You can use internet, but just like a free internet. When internet goes beyond the government, don't have possibilities. Right now, you can regulate, make the regulation of internet because it has changed and they change. And we start to make the regulation of EA has changed. Always trust in the human. Applause to Oscar. Let's take some photos. So, to clean the saloon, we have to go.
But we have to leave and we're gonna, thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
A troca de hotel, tá bom? Coffee break está servido aqui, um cafezinho. Organizar aí no hotel. Vocês têm as bagagens lá. Eu vou estar esperando vocês no outro hotel. Bye.